It is Friday and it's 2:02 p.m. here on the west coast of the United States of America. I hope that you have been having a very good day. As we come towards the end of the week and go into the weekend, we hope that we can have a pretty lively and fun conversation today to end the week with. So don't forget to hit that like button. Let me know what's going on. Drop a comment below. Tell us how your day is. And we will get going on this Friday afternoon, evening, if you're on the West Coast. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for jumping in here. For those who do not know, my name is Arthur, and this is the Apologia Center weekly live Q&A. We stream every single day of the week. Mondays and Fridays, we do a live Q&A. Tuesdays, we have folks calling in. We just open up the lines. Thursdays, we try to bring in scholars and have a podcast Q&A, learn from them on various subjects. And then Wednesday nights, we do a reaction stream. Sometimes that takes about 2 hours, 3 hours. I don't. It's kind of nuts. And then in between that, we drop shorts and shorter content. So all of the above. If you are interested in supporting this ministry, and Apologia Center is a ministry. A lot of people, I mean, you guys are familiar with me through the YouTube kind of space or Instagram or something like that. But the reality is that we are a ministry. We're an apologetics ministry, speaking engagements, churches, groups, whatever it may be. If you guys want me to come live and train folks and teach and preach and speak, feel free to reach out to me at info@apologiacenter.com. And if you want to partner with us on Patreon for all of the work that we do, please go to patreon.com/apologiacenter. That is patreon.com/apologiacenter. Or you can just search at Apologia Center on Patreon. It'll come up. I know we have a bunch of different really cool stuff in the different tiers. One of them being a weekly Bible study that we do for all of the tiers. So regardless of what that is. And with some of the tiers, you do get the free e-courses that we offer. So we'll talk about that a little bit more as to the e-course that we are coming up to. I'll drop a link below so those who are interested can sign up for that e-course. Really excited about that one. So let's jump in there and say hello. Travis, how you doing? Travis, I think it's my first. Travis Statham. Should I ask or should I not? You probably get that question quite a bit. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before, so welcome, Travis. Jewel, how you doing? Alpha, what's going on? Shimmer, what's going on? Let's fund science to prove God. That's probably one thing you would want to look into is the various science-based movements, ministries that you could put money into, Travis. Yeah. Sure, Joel. What's up, Righteous Through Christ? How you doing? Sometimes I wonder, it's very interesting that like I will struggle with ideas and then I come and sit in this chair and then I get lots of ideas at all the wrong times. So I have to write them down or else I forget them. I'm looking spiffy again. Thank you. Well, thank you, good sir. I haven't done anything, man. I'm just wearing this. I'm really enjoying this specific shirt that I have. It's short sleeve, which is good, but I like these collars a lot more than the foldable ones. So, a lot more comfortable. What's up, Aaron? How you doing, man? I don't know why I'm yawning. That's weird. Because I'm drinking coffee as well, and I'm not tired. And I have my Bible software up and running, so I'm ready to go. You have not. This is not the fast. Bro, who do you hang out with? If this is the fastest you've seen a beard recover, man, you're hanging out with a bunch of beardless people. Hello, Laura. I'm kind of new. Well, welcome, Laura. Curious to know if you have a degree in theology. Well, welcome, first and foremost. I have a bachelor's degree in biblical studies with a minor in education, and I have a master's degree in philosophy from a seminary, which means that my master's degree was 66 units as opposed to 30-something units because I needed to take 30-something odd units of theology courses. So I don't have a degree in theology proper, but I have definitely studied theology. I was also a pastor for about 10 years. I continue to be in the ministry in various ways. So if you have questions, I would love to be of service to you. But this is an apologetics channel. So we deal quite a bit with defending the Christian faith and speaking about arguments for and against the Christian faith. And quite a bit of those things I think have to do with theology, obviously. So hopefully you'll stick around, Laura. You won't say, he doesn't have a degree in theology, so see ya. If you stick around, you'll see that it's good and helpful. My beard game is strong, but it's not that strong. I know guys who'd have this in a day and a half. Fight Club Fridays. That's not a bad idea. Oh, man. I got to write this down. Y'all coming up with some crazy 33% dislike. No, it's not 33% dislike. People have hit the like button. It's just 33% have said they haven't hit the like button. That's not dislike. It's just they haven't hit the like button. Or at least they said no degree equals unintelligent. What was it? Fight Club Fridays. Fight. If I steal that, I have your permission. I'm declaring it right now. So how about this, Laura, since you're new, if you have any questions about theology or about the Bible, feel free to ask. And we'll pull up the Bible on the screen and or whatever theological matter that you want to learn about. And then we will address it if there are questions that you have. So radioactive trees, if you will actually call in, I will make it available for you to call in. I will drop a link for you to call in. Don't forget about Typology Tuesday. Oh my gosh. I can't with you guys. He said, well, I invented the Fight Club term for use on this channel, so arguably you need my permission as well. Well, since Fight Club was a movie that already is there, like you need to actually get permission from them, I suppose. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Radioactive Trees is going to call in. Please tell me you're going to show it. Just tell me you're going to show your face. I kind of don't want to talk to a black screen. There's the link. I'm going to let you navigate this conversation, by the way. You call in. I guess it is a Fight Club Friday. Hey, if you guys are excited that Radioactive Trees is actually going to call in after weeks and weeks, I'm very happy about it. Go ahead and smash that like button. Put a, I don't know, thumbs up or smiley face or something in the chat. Let's get going, ladies and gentlemen. Come on now. Do it. Okay, no face, just call in. No need to be nervous, man. Seriously. Hello, Pat. What is that, Jerome? Oh, it's a... by the way, I just saw a video with Sean McDowell and Pine Creek asked what Jim when he was interviewing Michael. What? It's a heartbeat. It was my heartbeat going. By the way, I just saw a video with Sean McDowell and Pine Creek. I have no idea what this comment is, man. That was supposed to be my heart. I'm not scary, man. Look at this face. Come on. When I do not shave, then I become scary. There it is. Did I watch any? I just a little portion of it. Yeah. So too little to make a comment, Mike. What up, David? How you doing? Good afternoon, Bob from Twitch. Deco, YouTube hasn't not banned you. We can see it. You're visible to me, at least. Are you a fan of the transcendental argument? I was at one point. I can't say that I am, even though I think you can use that sort of argument strategically in a certain kind of conversation. Chrome says that my phone needs permission to use my camera and mic. Correct. Try like turning it off and on or something like that. Laura, I have been watching a lot of videos of Christians talking about how hell may not really be eternal. What are your thoughts on hell not being eternal place? Well, I tend to think that hell is an eternal place. So I'm not an annihilationist. I know there's a number of people that are. And I would say it's probably because of the internet. It seems like there's a lot more people that believe this than they actually are. There's quite a bit of people who do not believe it. My argument generally is, well, it's not an argument. My concern would be, as long as they believe that if hell is not eternal, then the annihilation is eternally annihilated, and it doesn't lead to some kind of universalism. If that's there, I'm okay with it. I don't necessarily have an issue. I'm not super committed to the idea of some kind of active torment happening in hell or something like that. No, don't reset your phone. So Mike says he didn't think he did too well, and he doesn't like that argument. You have to know your presuppositionalism pretty good in order to do well with that argument, I would say. And if you've like heard it and you think it's good, but you're not like really well versed in, I don't know, maybe Van Til or something like that, you might have a hard time. Did you hear about a 2-year-old getting locked up for having a Bible? So the 2-year-old. Okay, I mentioned this the other day, yesterday, I think. It is a family that includes a 2-year-old, not just a single 2-year-old. Just came across a ministry in Mexico where they literally kidnap homeless people and nurse them back to physical and mental health. Whoa! That's the talk about ethical dilemmas. What do you mean they Okay, not sure how I feel about this. So I'm not going to comment on that. There's a number of presupposition lists in this stream. With presup, you have to watch Eli Ayala. He has a debate with someone called The Negation of P. You can learn a lot about worldviews, which is how a presuppositionalist argues. And it is fair to say, by the way, there are different kinds of presuppositionalists. Okay, we got 21 people in here. What's up, everybody? Make sure you hit the like button because we have only 17 folks who've hit the like button. And we're waiting for Radioactive Trees to come back on so he can call in. In the meantime, how may I be of service to the rest of you guys? He said he was ready. He said, hey, like, look. Hey, we got to chill. He said he was nervous, so we got to chill. And he said he's got his notes ready to go. So, okay. Can you hear me? Radioactive trees, can you hear me? I want to drop this picture over his screen. Also, so I don't just sit there and look at a black screen. You got to unmute yourself. Okay, I can hear you.
Oh, hello?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, that's much better. Whatever you did was much better.
All right.
Okay, let me see. There's a couple of comments in here I want to make sure I address, and then we'll jump into it. Arthur, you need to explain to me how you caused me to actually enjoy a What Do You meme and a David Wood video. I can't stand those two normally. Then you're the problem, not them. I can see how you can have issues with David Wood, but John, come on, man. The chillest guy on the planet. Okay, I'm ready for you. How would you like me to refer to you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I think you're hooking up your mic, huh?
Yes.
Okay. That's really good. It's coming through. It's coming through.
Refer to me as Juan.
You want me to refer to you as Juan?
That's fine. Yes.
Okay. Cool, Juan. I'm all ears, man.
I mean, I just wanted to call in and say hello today. See how you were doing this afternoon.
I'm well, thanks. Well, you are radioactive trees, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, yeah. Because I don't know if you see the screen. I dropped a little picture of a tree on there. Or trees. I actually dropped in many trees with the radioactive sign. But yeah, doing good. You said you got your notes ready and stuff. So what do you want to talk about? You lead the show, man.
I'm not really entirely sure what we should discuss, but as far as God is concerned, there seems to be a lot of claims about him, but where can we find him exactly? That's my biggest concern. How do we go about finding God?
Okay. Do you mean like spatially, like we like drive there or fly there or something like that? Is that the?
I mean, in any sort of measurable way.
Mm-hmm. Well, I suppose we might possibly not have access to say the dimension that God lives in.
Mm-hmm.
Direct access.
Then how could
we
say
like you could say
exists?
we don't have direct access.
Right. So how could we say he exists in that instant?
Evidence. You can say evidence. You can approach the subject from deduction,
Mm-hmm.
logical consequences, various ways. Somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was Mike, he mentioned the fine-tuning of the universe. There's many ways. I mean,
Yeah, the fine-tuning seems to be the most compelling, but I still feel like it falls short. But it is the most compelling, in my opinion.
That's fine. Yeah. Juan, do you usually approach subjects in that way? Like, hey, where can we find such and such, or do we have direct access? Like, or I won't
Usually,
believe, or
yes.
I'll disbelieve, or something.
Usually, yes. I mean, even in the early 1900s with magnetism, it was surrounded by the occult until it started to be actually demonstrated and shown.
Uh-huh.
So, I think we should be able to find something measurable, something of to be able to say it exists or it's potentially there.
Can I ask you a
And
question?
that's why I'm sorry?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
How do I have access to your thoughts?
To my thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just simply by asking me.
That doesn't give me access to your thoughts directly.
No, not directly, no.
So how can I have access to your thoughts?
Directly? I don't think you can.
Okay, but do they exist?
But yeah,
Okay.
I do believe so. You and I can interact in the world and leave impacts that you and I could see and observe. If I move a rock, you'll notice it, you know?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, even if you have like a thought of a pink elephant right now,
Okay.
like I don't have
I
access
have
to
one
that,
now.
but it exists.
Yeah.
You have, but I don't have access to it. I mean, you can tell me you're thinking about such and such a thing. I'm using that
Right.
as an example
I mean,
that
but
there are
even that,
things that exist we don't have direct access
I
to.
can still draw you a pink elephant to show that it was in my mind, at least. I could
That's
still
fine. Yeah,
bring something forth out
correct.
into
I
reality.
just wouldn't have direct access currently to it.
Right.
But what I'm saying, it still exists.
Right. Right. And where do we find that for God? That
Well,
example.
I would say God has made himself known in the universe by the things by creation.
Yeah, but with the analogy with myself, you could actually come up to me and ask me, and we could work on it. We could
Not
figure out a way
necessarily.
to actually
Not
interact
necessarily.
directly with my mind.
Not necessarily. I could have access to your thoughts even if you lived 100 years ago.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I can have access to your thoughts if you lived 100 years ago.
Not directly though.
Correct.
I would have left writings, possibly.
So if I walk into a
Some sort of
cave and
record.
there's a bunch of cave drawings, now we have access to the thoughts of the individuals that did the cave drawings. So it's safe to conclude at that point that there were individuals who drew these paintings on the walls of this, right? Like, you don't need the people, you don't have access to them to ask them, but you have enough evidence to conclude that they're there. They were there at one point.
I know, but we have humans and civilizations to compare it to. We have no other God to compare.
Correct. So I'm just saying you can do a very similar kind of deduction as to the way the universe is, as to the information in the universe.
Absolutely, but we still need something to compare it to contrast. Because I mean, with the cave drawings, obviously, we have an understanding that those don't occur naturally. You know, humans had put them there.
Correct. But if I come across a great deal of information, let's just say this. Let me just use an analogy. If I was walking down the beach, and on the beach there were 3 symbols that I saw present. So not very complex, just 3 symbols. Okay, and it was the English letter I. It was it was a drawing of a heart, and it was the English letter U next to each other. And I concluded that there's information contained in those 3 symbols. The information contained actually is I love you. So this would have been some kind of a romantic gesture to someone, whatever. Like, we can conclude whatever we want there. What I wouldn't be able to conclude is that it's not information. What I wouldn't be able to conclude is that the information came from nowhere. What I wouldn't be able to conclude is that there's no personal agency behind the information. So these are the sorts of things I'm saying. If I'm looking at the universe, and the universe has information in it, it has design in it, it has a certain function to it, right? Purposeful function. It is reasonable to conclude that a personal agent created these things. Is that really unreasonable?
No, that is reasonable, but we still need to get to the point where we demonstrate that thing that you're describing.
What do you mean by demonstrate?
Well, if you're saying that there's a creator, we still have to make that jump to knowledge of actually knowing that it's there to make the full conclusion. Is God actually there as the creator? is the question. And it is logical to think that there is possibly one, but it still needs to be demonstrated.
Okay, what would satisfy you demonstration-wise?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, we're talking about something quite magnificent, I would say.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it
You know?
matters whether we're talking about something magnificent. It's pretty
No, but I
relative. And
mean, God would have the power to he knows exactly what would convince me.
what would convince you personally?
I don't know, but God would know.
Yeah, God might actually know nothing might convince you. That's a possibility. Correct?
Well, from what I hear about spoken of God, it seems like he would know what would convince me.
No, that's not necessarily true. I think that's a false conclusion to come to, because it's not. I would say, let me. I guess maybe a lot of people misunderstand this about Christianity. Christianity,
Okay.
and I would say specifically when we're talking about God's existence, I do not think, and I don't think the Bible teaches, that we give a bunch of information, and then what God wants is for people like you and I to say, wow, I actually believe that God exists. I don't think God's really concerned about whether you think he exists or not, because he exists nonetheless. Okay, so please understand me right here. I think what God is really concerned about is whether people would submit their wills and their persons to him. And somebody can believe that God exists and still not submit their person to him.
And then why a place of torture
Why
for
place of
turning your
torture for
back?
what?
For turning your back.
For being rebellious, you mean?
I mean, I don't see it as being rebellious. I guess, I mean, yeah, it is, but I think there's a lot more to it. But yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, it is. It's essentially saying no to God.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to say no to God, and then you want God to say, sure, why don't you be with me, even though you rejected me and didn't want me?
No, but I mean, if it, again, if it's this God described, then he has every other option available other than torture for eternity.
Like what?
Every single other option. Anything you can conceive of. He could turn you into a bunny rabbit. I don't know. I mean, does it have to be the eternal
With
torture of
turning you into a
essentially
bunny rabbit,
disagreeing?
if God were to turn you into a bunny rabbit with all the memories of being a human being, would that not be very torturous?
I don't know. I don't know.
It seems to me that it would. That seems pretty horrendous.
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean,
If you never lose your personal identity, like you're still with your own mind,
I mean, it potentially could, but I don't think that would be the case for everybody. Some people might enjoy it. Some
I
people
highly doubt
accept it.
that. I've spent quite a bit of time thinking about some of this stuff, especially in regards to that subject. I mean, maybe the closest thing you can think about there is presented in The Lord of the Rings with Smeagol and Gollum in regards to his devolving into an animal state from an intelligent agency state. So if a human being devolves into an animal state and still is aware that he used to be a human being, I think that's horrendously torturous, by the way. By the way, N.T. Wright,
animal state.
I should say N.T. Wright, the New Testament scholar, actually thinks hell is very similar to that. That you lose the image of God. And that's what that experience of hell is like.
Humanity?
Yeah, you lose your humanity.
I mean, I can understand that. I don't, if you tell me that you lose vision of God, I'm not sure entirely what that means. Like, for example, we have seen people go crazy, with mental asylums, and things like that, or they have lost touch with reality, become violent. But like the rabbit, for example, I mean, that might not have, to become like an animalistic. I mean, you might not necessarily be violent, you know.
If you maintain personal identity and become an animal, I think that's horrendously torturous.
I don't see it.
I don't think you can get past that. The only way you can get past that is by saying something like you no longer have any kind of memory or understanding of what you used to be as a human being.
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm there conscious, I think I would just have to either.
Let me grant that. Let me just grant that to you. Let me say, okay, you're right. He has other options and stuff like that. Why, if God were to exist, why do you think he would need to do that?
Oh, no. I don't think he would need to do anything if he is God, but I'm told by his followers and believers his attributes,
Okay,
which
so which one of his attributes can we talk about now?
I mean, any of them. They're all pretty fantastical.
Okay, so God is just. They're not fantastical. You understand what justice is?
Okay, just for example, right?
Okay.
Now, the fact that God in the Bible is willing to exhibit mercy,
which is refraining from
and also
passing out judgment on you.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't see how the followers can say that he is just, ultimately just, when he displays mercy. It's a suspension of justice.
Correct.
All right, so that seems like a contradiction to me, for him to be the ultimate arbiter of justice, but yet willing to show mercy.
You think justice and mercy are contradictions when you're withholding to...
Absolutely.
Unless what you're missing there is that justice... Unless what you're missing there is that justice has been carried out by someone else.
Well, then, that justice has already been carried out. What's the second action for?
For you to accept that mercy that's been handed to you. Which if we were to consider all that, which is the greatest gift that you could possibly get, and what you do as a non-believer is completely underfoot it, be rebellious against it, stick up the middle finger, and say, take it and do whatever you want with it. But yet, at the same time, you don't want to be under that kind of a justice when you respond like that to the graciousness and mercy that is handed to you.
I understand that, but I just don't see that the gift is real.
Let's just forget about that, because let's forget about whether it's real or not. Okay, your initial question was you didn't think this sort of a justice or judgment that God would bring upon people is fair or whatever like that, which I would even question, right. Like, where do you get those notions from to have an issue with it? Even if you were to have you suffer for eternity, like, where are you getting?
I get them from everyday life, from my experiences with other people.
Sure, congratulations. If you had the power to combat that, you could, but you don't. So what's the point?
To combat what?
I said, if you had the power to actually combat that idea with God, then you could, but you don't. Does that make sense? Maybe I'm not clearly speaking that. Okay, so you're getting it from your personal experience. You're getting it from the way you live. And then you think that you are of such a high moral standing where you can stand and pass judgment on the one who created all things, knows all things, is way better than you are in your person, and I am. And then say, you know what, I really don't like the way you're doing this.
Well, I don't think you would command genocide to any.
Well, hang on. We're jumping. Let's not jump. Okay?
Well, you just brought up the morals, but I think that you are
correct,
more moral
because you're already concluding something, and I don't want to get into that because you're already concluding something as a certain thing, which I would disagree with that conclusion, and then we're going to fall into a completely different discussion. We were talking about hell as a just punishment for rejecting God. We weren't talking about Old Testament commandments and stuff. Okay. That could be a separate conversation we can have, no problem. Okay. But we're specifically talking about hell.
Right.
Okay. So if God exists, and he is what the Christians are saying he is, just, good, merciful, X, Y, and Z, right? All-knowing, all that stuff. And you or whomever else, but not to be offensive, by the way. So we humans, let's put it that way, stand there and say, well, you've provided this gift for us. You've provided this mercy, this grace, this forgiveness, and all this stuff. And I don't want any of that. As a matter of fact, I don't like you very much. And what you shouldn't do is actually judge me. It's, you know what I compare that to? I compare that to me walking up to a master architect who's drawing a blueprint. And I have no idea about architecture, by the way. And I use this because my mentor is actually a master architect. If I were to go up to him and he's making these really, really cool drawings, these magnificent buildings, and I start opinionating myself on how he should be putting in the blueprint a certain sort of thing that I have no idea about. First and foremost, I don't know what the heck I'm talking about, so I should shut my mouth. And number two, it's extremely arrogant and proud to even think I can come into that conversation in that kind of a way. I mean, would you agree with me on that?
No, because that artist there is not in any way imposing anything upon you, any rules, anything, any punishments towards you for criticism.
Well, God's not punishing you for criticizing him. You can criticize God all you want. People in the Bible criticize God.
Right.
God punishes people.
Turning your back to him.
You already are. Look, in our natural state, we are naturally already against God. We sin, we do wrong, we do evil.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Since God created man, why would he create a being that is naturally against him?
One, well, he didn't create it in that state. Again, we're backtracking here. I'm assuming that you know a number of things about Christian theology, and people are like the Christian theology of people being sinners.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, what we should speak about is whether you are a sinner and whether you've done wrong to your fellow man, whether you've done evil towards your fellow man, or whether you've done wrong and evil towards God.
From birth?
I would say from whenever you were knowledgeable about your own actions and aware of them. Okay. I don't know how old you are, and I would say this is different for everyone. But yeah. I mean, you could have the potential. Sorry, let me just explain something here. You can have the potential for something, but not act on it.
Right. Yes.
And so that would be the idea of like being a sinner originally, and then you come to an age when you have the ability to actually act out on that. Do you have any children, Juan?
No.
Okay. I got 3 kids. I've mentioned this quite a bit. My 5-year-old can and does manipulate situations, lie, withhold truth, get angry and rage at his siblings. Where do those things come from?
Well, they're very natural.
Correct. They come from his humanity. They come from his humanity.
Yep.
Which is what I would say. All human beings are like that. Mm-hmm. And as we grow up, we tend to do that a lot more, and in a lot more heinous ways. Like if we were to look at the standards that are placed in front of us, if we look at the standards that are placed in front of us by Jesus, let's just say, right? So Jesus says, if you've hated your brother in your heart, you've committed murder against him.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Would any one of us say, no, you know what? We're innocent. We've never done this.
No, I doubt it. I highly doubt it.
Yeah, amen. I totally agree with you. And if we're like that, and then God goes, well, hey, listen, you've done these things, and I'm just, right? I can't just say, it's okay, don't worry about it. Because if God said it's okay, don't worry about it, he would be unjust. Could we agree on that?
In that particular aspect, yes.
That wouldn't be mercy, is what I'm saying.
No.
Like that, we would never want a judge like that in any human court. Like somebody who's legitimately guilty stands before them, and then they say, don't worry about it, you're just having a bad day.
I would also like my judge to condone genocide, rape, slavery.
Correct. We can get to that. We can get to that. I don't want to jump around too much. So,
because I'm not saying that the Bible is completely terrible all the way through. I just think that there are some.
No, I get that. I guess what we're talking about here is whether hell would be even a proper punishment or something like that.
I don't think it would be a just punishment for finite crimes.
That's a fair point. So if I were to say, let's just say, now there's an argument against that in regards to God being an infinite being, and your crimes are never finite. They're continuously against the infinite being. So think about it this way. What do you think we should do to people who commit extremely heinous crimes and acts? So let me put it this way. Say some guy steals a car. What should we do to him?
Well, currently they get locked up, and I agree with that.
Okay, how long should we lock them up for?
Well, I have some experience with this with my brother-in-law.
Okay.
About a year, 2 years seems about okay.
For any car?
I'm not entirely sure.
For any car?
Any car.
Any car. So they steal.
I think it's based on value.
Okay, so they steal an $80,000 car.
Mm-hmm.
1 year, 2 years. What if they steal a $500,000 car?
In my opinion, it shouldn't really be any different.
Okay, because now what you're saying is that a car is the sort of thing that the value of it doesn't change the punishment.
Right.
Okay. I'm not necessarily in disagreement with you, by the way. I would agree with you. I think that's a proper sense of justice. What if somebody were to kidnap a human, so steal a human? Instead of stealing a car, they would steal a human being. You think they should go to jail for 2 years?
No.
Why not?
It's a very heinous crime.
Why?
Because you're forcing another human being, not an inanimate object, to be in your possession and your property.
Yeah, so you made a great, excellent distinction.
We value human beings a lot more than we do cars.
Yeah, but the question is not whether we value human beings or not. It's whether human beings are more valuable or not. Because I can value my car. Because what if I valued my car more than human beings? There are people like this.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So
I think even the case could be made that some cars may have more physical value than human beings.
Yeah, that's probably true. That probably is true. Some cars are worth more than the entirety of our financial investments into our lives, including our homes or whatever like that. But what we're really getting at is that it seems like there's some kind of a difference in the value, like innate value of human beings and cars. So if somebody kidnaps a human being, what do you think the value there, the punishment should be? Go to jail, let's just say. How long?
Oh, I'm not sure.
How do we determine that value? 10 years, 20 years? Does it make it any worse?
There's a way we determine that based on what we've done in the past, but I wouldn't be able to say.
Correct. Yeah. I'm not very sure whether I would either. What I'm saying is that we get that there's a value to it. And would it make any difference if this person, say, was a lot more like is there a preciousness amongst human beings? Say they kidnapped a 40-year-old as opposed to an 80-year-old and as opposed to a 2-year-old.
I think there's a slight difference, yes.
What's the difference there?
Neither one of them would make you care less, I don't think, but the child would be a little more, would be worse because they're a lot more innocent than the adult.
Maybe it's because they don't have the ability to fight back.
And that as well.
Yeah.
Which You're right. Yes.
Like they're defenseless.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, an old person can too as well, and that's pretty horrible too.
Correct.
You know,
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's quite reasonable to treat old people and children alike.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it seems like there's these intrinsic values that things have. Maybe it's very hard to qualify them, but we can at least say some of this stuff is worth more than others.
I mean, I don't know. I can't say it's intrinsic because I mean, a bear wouldn't care about it.
Care about what?
Our lives, our intrinsic value. I don't think it
would be correct, because they're not moral agents.
I mean, we don't look at cows and pigs and chickens in that way either. So I mean, it's fair. It goes both ways.
Yeah. So they have value. Animals have value and ought to have value.
Right. And we would have value, the same type of value to a bear or a wolf.
Yeah, but they're not moral agents. Like, so if a human being rapes another human being, it is not the same way as when two animals or one animal rapes another animal. Because the animals are just acting in accordance to their nature. And by that we mean maybe they can't do otherwise or something like that. But human beings are moral agents in which we can actually choose. That's the whole point of what makes punishing someone reasonable, is that they actually had a choice not to do that.
Right. They have the mental capacity to think about that choice and the consequences.
Yeah, but it's not just thinking about it. It's thinking about it and saying, I shouldn't do this, or I ought not do this.
No, but I mean, if they still go through with it, that's why we punish, because they have the capacity to think about it and think about the consequences. Not just the consequences for themselves, but for their victims.
Yeah. So again, all the stuff you're explaining has to do with intrinsic value. You might not like that word, but it does have to do with that.
It's just that I see it as we valuing us, our tribe.
So okay, let's do a little. Let's do a little kind of like counterfactual kind of stuff. Suppose we evolved a bit differently, where kidnapping little children was seen as a morally good thing.
Okay.
Could you conceive of that reality? Could you so again, these are the issues that I have with the way you are in the comment sections, by the way. Mm-hmm. That you don't follow the trains of thought all the way through. You immediately jump into these, what I would call jabs. It's like, which is in the Bible?
It's sickness, man.
Yeah, it is. And I specifically don't follow those things. I try not to the best of my abilities because it doesn't lead. But again, if we were having this kind of a conversation, let's not do that. Okay. So would you stand there and say, yeah, I can see that kidnapping and rape is a morally praiseworthy act?
That it's a good thing. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Morally praiseworthy.
I couldn't.
Correct, because I think you have an innate understanding of justice. So the way I was going about this and the direction I was taking this conversation is in regards to value. Now what happens, now we've talked about finite objects like cars. Now we've talked about non-finite objects like human beings. They seem to be of a different value, right? Like so maybe the best principle we can come up with this is that equal things are treated equally and unequal things are treated unequally. Mm-hmm. Or equal things ought to be treated equally and unequal things ought to be treated unequally.
Okay.
And that's where we would even, I would say, establish concepts like why racism is stupid. Because we're talking about equal things and we're not talking about unequal things. These are all human beings we're talking about with different shades. And it makes no sense to think that your shade is somehow makes you better than another shade. Because the unequal stuff, say the color of the skin, matters not on the person, the humanity of the thing, as opposed to let's say, a painting hanging on my wall, even if it's an expensive painting. If we bring God into this purely as a theoretical kind of exercise, and we said, okay, here's God. This is the most precious, best, good thing that could possibly exist.
Right.
And then what you're going to do is devalue it, underfoot it, treat it incorrectly, heinously, whatever, like all those things, right?
You know, I will concede, if there is an ultimate being, such as you just described, and it made itself known, it would be foolish not to at least acknowledge it. If it asked for worship, I guess. I mean, it would have your best interest in mind. But that is not the God described in the Bible.
But hang on, I'm still not done with it, because this is taking us to in regards to the punishment subject.
Right, okay.
So if we steal a car and you send someone to jail for 2 years, and if you steal a person, you ought to be punished probably a lot more than that. Okay? Right. Now, if you do something even more heinous to a human being, then I would actually argue you forfeit your life to live.
Right. I mean, we have the ultimate punishment of death.
Correct. And I would argue with things like that, you've just forfeited your right to life. Mm-hmm. And it is rightful, I think, for society to take that away from you. What do we do? What kind of a punishment should one deserve when they underfoot and completely undervalue the most valuable thing in existence? This is the idea.
From whom? From whom? Where would the punishment be laid down from?
That being.
Oh, then none.
Why not?
Absolutely none. Because he's the ultimate being, which would include justice, mercy, love, right? As well as all the other things.
Yeah, and you think that?
And I don't see why he would become vengeful.
It's not vengeance.
For me turning my
Yeah,
back.
it's not vengeance. Again, I noticed the way I developed the conversation and the argument is that it's not just you turning your back. Is you completely undervalue. As a matter of fact, if this being didn't do anything to you,
even if I were to, I still don't think that there would be any punishment laid out.
Then this being wouldn't have any self-worth for himself or herself.
No, but that's you making that judgment call.
No, it's not. It's if you offend me in various ways, I have a right to be offended because I value myself. As a matter of fact, there's a number of things that you probably, if you did,
you don't encompass the ultimate being. You're not the ultimate being.
Exactly, as a lesser being, as a
love, and all these things.
One as a lesser being, if I have the ability to understand what value looks like, and as a lesser being, if I understand that there is a reaction that you will get from me because of the way I value myself, because of the way I value my kids or my society, then the greatest conceivable being, okay, would understand this to an infinite degree and react to that. What you're saying is, I can do all these things against this being, and he would still be obligated to forgive me. I don't
understand why it would lead to violence if he just undermined.
Okay, let's just say he made you stop existing.
Okay, like before my birth? Okay.
No, not before your birth.
Okay.
At death, you stood before him, and he said, "You know what? For your punishment, for your crimes against me, you will cease to be."
Okay.
This is a view of hell that some people have. So this is a view of hell that some people have. It's called annihilationism.
Yes. Yeah. Right, of course.
Okay, so I'm willing to grant that. I'm willing to grant somebody, I mean, I have Christian friends who are annihilationists. I'm completely willing to grant that. I go, okay, cool. Here, this is a eternal punishment. You stop existing.
Right.
What we can't say is that God would say it's okay. What we can say is say that God would just kind of be somehow obligated to completely not hold his value up to a high degree and say, I'm just going to forgive you.
No, but he's the ultimate arbiter of everything. He would have no need to hold his value
I
up.
don't know. Can
His
you define
value
what
is
you mean?
completely intrinsic.
Just define to me what you mean
Yeah.
by the ultimate arbiter.
Well, he would be the tallest man, right? The fastest man, the most knowing, right? Which in this case would be all knowing.
Correct.
You
So
know, he would be able
so the
to,
greatest conceivable being.
right?
Correct. I don't know how that somehow leads to God not acting in certain ways.
It just seems very petty, very human-like.
Why?
Because if you are the ultimate being, why would you be bothered by someone turning their back on you or undermining you if you are the ultimate being?
Again, what I think is,
If nothing can harm you or touch you in any way, or even harm you emotionally, why? Why lay out punishment for such things?
because valuable things ought to be treated valuably. And you are morally responsible to treat valuable things valuably.
But I mean, God created us, and according to the doctrine, we were created, and so God placed those value systems in us, and we each one of us value different things.
Yeah, but we just went through a whole exercise showing that you can't value these things all equally. Like, it would be morally reprehensible if you did. If you treated your car with the same value as you did someone else's daughter.
No, but some people do.
Correct, and they're wrong for doing so. People do all sorts of nutty stuff, and they're wrong for doing so. Who cares if other people do that or not? That's why we have moral standards.
For the eternal punishment of hell? I don't think so.
No, what I'm saying is, if imagine you were standing by the side of the road, and some guy drives up in his Rolls Royce, okay, and there is the 12-year-old son of a homeless family living by the street. And this guy runs over this 12-year-old and kills him.
Right.
And you're watching all this happen. And he walks out of his car, and he goes up to his car, and he tries to brush away the potential damage on his car or scratches or whatever. He tries to see if his car is fine.
Mm-hmm.
You would not just sit there, I surely hope you wouldn't, and say, well, people value things differently.
Right, but
you would pass a moral judgment on that person, and you would say, this guy is
and that's why I have a hard time believing in God, because in that instance, you're right. I would be compelled to do something, right? But where is God? Where's the heavens? They are silent in this instance.
Okay. And that's a different. Look, I'm trying to navigate this conversation. I'm trying to navigate this.
Laying out the judgment.
Juan, I'm trying to navigate this conversation in a way where we're not just talking past each other. Okay. All of the things you're saying are valid things. I don't want to say they're invalid. But if I start addressing every single one of these potential questions that comes up because of something I just said, we're not going to get anywhere. Okay? We're specifically talking about whether God, the greatest conceivable being, I'm not even talking about whether the Christian God or whatever. I'm just talking about God as we would potentially conceive in what we would generally call the philosopher's God, has a value. And when you react a certain way to this God, and you treat this God, who's the most valuable thing that you have, whether it's petty for this God in return to say, be gone, be away from me. Hey, just 1 second. Juan. Okay, there's a guy in the comment section. I don't know how to say his name. I suppose that J is not pronounced properly. Can you see those comments, Juan?
No.
Oh, Vaheki. I'll just call you Vahe, because that's an Armenian name. Hey, brother. It's my first time seeing you in my chat. You are more than welcome to have these conversations. As a matter of fact, as we have Juan calling in, you can call in at some time, hopefully in the future. Just writing that stuff. I mean, you guys can internally have conversations in the chat, but if you want me to respond to those things, probably not going to respond to them because I'm having a conversation with Juan. Just again, you're welcome. You can have those conversations with other folks, but just throwing statements out there and clearly not getting any responses from me. What I don't want you to think is, hey, I said all these things and this guy never responded to me, and because he can't, because he's a chicken or something, and he doesn't know the answers. Just you can hang on, listen to this conversation, interact with the conversation. I would really appreciate if people were actually interacting with the conversation that Juan and I are having. And then whenever time comes for other conversations, we can do that as well. Blame it on my OCD or something like that. I don't know. Okay, so back to the conversation, Juan. I don't want to go into those rabbit trails. I don't want to go into those areas and address like whether the genocide in the Old Testament is actual genocide or not. Okay. And what does that look like? And how can we judge a situation? I'm right now, because I think it's kind of like building a house and you want to get your foundation right. It's like if we can be in agreement that if a God were to exist and if people were completely to disrespect and devalue this God, he would, in the very least, be in order for this being to be self-respecting and understand his own value, he would have to punish that. He couldn't just let it go. And that's not a petty thing.
I don't think that would be necessary.
Why not?
Because again, he would have ultimate mercy as well as justice. So he would be able to suspend justice. I mean,
see, here's maybe
I don't even see how that's even a crime, because if you were to do that to a person, it's not really a crime of any sort.
If you were to do what to a person?
If you were to devalue a person like that. Because you're not physically doing anything to God. You're just thinking.
Well, God's not a physical thing for you to do anything. No, you're not just thinking. You are actually behaving.
I mean, I am just thinking and devaluing God in my mind. I'm not physically doing anything to him. So if you were to do that to a person, you could totally do that to a person.
So what you're saying is,
why would that person be turned to violence or punishing you?
Yeah.
If you do that to another person.
Yeah, I don't know whether I would agree with this, considering like how hate works, even if you never act on it.
Right.
It's still hate and it's still wrong, and you still shouldn't do it.
I mean, I don't know about hate, but I mean, if you or I started to devalue one another as a human being right now, would that necessarily escalate to violence and one needing to punish another?
It depends what you did.
All I'm doing is having thoughts and words, like with God, because I can't physically do anything to God. I'm not going to touch him and harm him in any way. The same way with you, it would just be words. Would that be enough for some sort of punishment to be laid out upon me?
Well, it would be equivalent to, I would say, whatever your actions are. So it might result in me not speaking to you.
Right.
And putting you outside of my community.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
But can you go beyond that and harm me in any way? Is there a punishment beyond that?
Not unless you did something that was fitting for that.
Right, but I mean, all I'm doing is devaluing you. I'm not harming you, touching you in any way.
But the thing, but that's like part. The comparison doesn't stop there with God, because what you've done is also done things against other people.
For example,
Well, for example, you've hated people, and Jesus equates that to murder. You've lusted in your heart, and therefore, you and I, by the way, we've lusted in our hearts, and therefore treated other people as.
I don't think we should be punished for our thoughts. That to me is not okay.
You don't think we should be punished for our thoughts?
No. People have heinous thoughts all the time and do not act upon them.
Correct, but lusting is thinking about it, and it is acting upon it. See, there's a big difference between temptation, right, and then sin in Christian theology. So I might be tempted, say, to think evil thoughts about you.
Right.
Or I might actually internally in my heart and mind rage and have continuous thoughts about, say, murdering you. Like visualize it.
Yeah.
There's a big difference. That is an action.
Is that the sin?
That is an action, absolutely. That is an action of the mind. That is an action of the mind, right. Yes.
So where can you have that thought that's not within your mind? I don't understand where the...
Well, I could stop myself from thinking those thoughts about you.
Can you not think about a beach right now?
No, it's not about not just thinking about it. It's I obsess over it. That's usually where it turns into a sin.
Where does it say that?
Of course I can. By the way, I can. Of course I can stop thinking about a beach right now.
Because Jesus was very clear that the thought of lust, you have already committed it in your heart.
No, Jesus said, if you lust after someone else's wife, not if you think after another person's wife. If you lust, and lust has a continuous kind of focus about it, whether that's lust in the sexual sense or lust in the sense of power and greed and money or whatever like that. Because lust can come in different... the word lust has built within it this understanding of this hyper-focus and visualization of the thing.
A singular thought, but continuous thought.
Correct. Say like let's just say you make me angry and I go, man, I'm so angry at Juan.
Right.
That wouldn't necessarily be sinful.
Right. And then
well, it's not even tomorrow if I'm angry. Like what would really be the anger is the continuous kind of thinking about what I would do to you. I mean, we've all visualized these sorts of things. And that's where I devalue you. I treat you like an object. And God, being holy and eternally good, is going to hold me accountable to my thoughts as well as my actions.
Right.
Where you don't think we should be held up to account for our thoughts.
No. But like you said, the continuous thoughts, because I mean, you can get someone that's going to plan something horrible, right? And they're thinking about it. Eventually that will lead to planning and, actually doing the thing. So I do understand that. And I just don't see the Bible being that clear as you were right now.
Sorry, repeat that again.
I just don't, when I read the Bible, I don't see it being as clear as you are with that.
When it says that God will judge us for every action and every deed and thought?
Yes.
It says that in the Bible.
It doesn't lay out the nuance that you just laid out about it.
But it does.
I think that's part of the problem.
Jesus said, if you've lusted after another man's wife, you've committed adultery with them in your heart. And specifically in that speech, Jesus is comparing the 10 commandments. You've heard it said, do not commit adultery. But I say unto you, if you've lust after someone else's wife, you've committed adultery. You have heard it said, do not murder. But I say unto you, right? If you've gotten angry at your brother, you've committed murder in your heart. Like, I don't know how much more clear it can get from that.
It's not clear. I would say it's not clear.
It's not clear as to what lust is? Really?
It says if you hated your... What was it again?
Hated your brother.
Part about hating your brother?
Yep. You've committed murder.
Right. See, that doesn't make any sense to me because there are instances where you can hate your brother. So
give me an instance. Give me an instance. Yeah, give me an instance where you can hate your brother.
Well, I mean, he does something to you, right? And you hate him for a little while, maybe a day or two, right? Like an extreme emotion towards him. That isn't committing murder. So that's why I'm saying that the Bible isn't clear with with all the very specific little things that you laid out, which makes sense. But the Bible isn't that clear, and I think that's part of the problem. Why we have so many interpretations of it.
Okay, so let me read. No, that's very clear, actually. Let me read that passage. You've heard it said, from old, you shall not murder, and whoever murders will be liable to judgment. But I say to you that everyone who is angry with his brother will be liable to judgment. Whoever insults his brother will be liable to the council. Okay, this is a court, essentially. And whoever says to his brother, you fool, will be liable to hellfire. So he goes on to say, if you are offering a gift at the altar and remember that your brother has something against you, leave your gift there before the altar, go and be reconciled to your brother, and then come back and offer your gift. Come to terms quickly with your accuser while you are going with him to court, lest your accuser hand you over to the judge to the guard, and put you in prison. Truly I say to you, you will never get out until you have paid the last penny. What's not clear there?
Oh, there's a lot that's not clear there. I mean, it doesn't get into the nitty-gritty of the details. I mean, it's very vague. Let's see. I mean, even that passage, you didn't really talk about any kind of thoughts. About you having thoughts, it was mostly actions you were taking.
Well, if you're angry was the first step in that passage, right? Then he moves on to insulting someone, which seems to be a normal progression of human relations, by the way. It's anger, insult, so on and so forth. One of the things that maybe is missing a part of this conversation is that when people are mistreated, that this is an offense to God. In the same way, it's an offense to me when my children are mistreated. And I have a right to be offended when my children are mistreated. And if they're mistreated, say, harshly enough, then it is not only my right, but maybe even my duty to protect them.
Okay, where does God draw that line?
Which line?
Of getting involved.
Well, again, if you've whether it's lusting or insulting someone that is already treating people the way they ought not to be treated.
Right. But I mean, like with your children, for example, if somebody just lusted after one of your children, not children, maybe they were adults at the time, right? Not that kind of crap. But would you do something to punish that?
Well, the issue is that I don't have access to people's minds. And yes, I would if somebody acted out in any way. I absolutely would.
But how would you gauge your reaction to that? Would it be 0 to 100?
If I'm walking somewhere with my wife and I see a guy who's just like in a very awkward way, just staring at my wife, I will actually step up to him and say, hey man, you need to change the directions of your gaze.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, he could be daydreaming, just looking into the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be on drugs.
Yeah, and given the different circumstances, partly because I'm a finite being, since I don't have a guarantee to know what it is that they're exactly thinking about and what not going on, that would be the most I would do in a given situation. But if it goes beyond that, then again, I would say not only would it be my right, but it would be my duty to protect them. Now, I think this is pretty commonsensical, and we understand this societally. This is partly why we punish people. And you
yes.
agreed with me on these. That's why I went in this direction.
Yes,
right?
I just don't see how where God fits into it, because we are making a bunch of these rules, making up the punishments, and I
in
just don't
regards to
see
our
where God
regards to our own legal system, is it what you're talking about?
Yeah, into our what we consider to be moral, immoral, and even crimes worthy of punishment.
You don't see where God fits into that.
I don't see where God has any say in that, or has had any say in that.
Huh. Do you think the legal parameters of the world have always been the same?
No, we've evolved them over time.
So how did they evolve? Where do we get our legal systems from?
From interacting with one another.
I think you're being overly naive historically.
I mean, you have one civilization. You know, they don't become a civilization without rules. You know,
correct.
They
So we have had civilizations that had certain rules that have been changed for specific reasons. So I was watching a little documentary today, and I was actually thinking about doing a reaction to this because I've seen a number of different clips. And this is from the History Channel. They have something on the gladiatorial games, and I've seen different clips from it. And this was in the year 4 or something AD, where at this point the Roman Empire legally had adopted Christianity. Lots of historians think about 50% of people would have been Christian in the Roman Empire by this point, or at least confessed Christianity. And the empire was split into two parts. One, the emperor was like a 16-year-old kid reigning for Theodosius' sons. One was from reigning from Constantinople, 16 years old. His brother, which I think was younger, was reigning from Milan, which is very interesting, and not from Rome. And there was a pretty intense senator that was not a Christian and wanted to kind of bring back the old glory days of Rome or whatever like that. And what he did is he spent lots and lots of money and set up a gladiatorial games in the Colosseum. And during the games, there was somebody who had traveled to Rome from the eastern part of the Roman Empire, who was a monk, who was a Christian monk, who during the fighting jumped into the Colosseum and stopped the fighting and told everyone to stop because this is inhumane and wrong and people shouldn't be killing each other for sport. Would you agree with this monk or disagree with him?
It's hard to say. I mean,
would you watch people kill each other in open combat?
No.
For entertainment?
No.
Why not?
No. I'm not into that kind of ultra violence.
It's very interesting, isn't it? That there was a time where largely people wouldn't even cared about that. Like even if you weren't into it, if I said, do you think society should have those kinds of games? Like, how would you react to if I said, let's get a bunch of prisoners, throw them into Colosseum, give them knives, and watch them kill each other for our sheer entertainment and pleasure?
I wouldn't agree with that.
Why not?
I mean, you're pitting human beings to hurt each other.
What's so wrong about that? Why? Why is that wrong?
Because they're not doing it again. Well, they might be doing it on their own free will.
Not really.
I mean, if they're willing to do it, it's hard to say for me. It's hard for me to say that it would be wrong.
I know. It's hard for you to say it would be wrong. That you're at least being consistent with your worldview. What I'm saying is the reason why I said that is because you're looking at our legal system and the way we punish things and the way we go about things and the values we have, and you just assume like we somehow came up with this stuff.
No. You and I are discussing it right now, for example.
Yeah, but when in reality, we are actually the descendants of a Christian ethic. There are atheistic historians who admit this very openly. Like the way we value our children is not the way that children have been valued historically. That we actually think they have a value in the first place.
Right. But okay.
Sorry, man. Just a comment. Our friend here wrote. Just 1 second. Our friend here wrote one word, Hypatia. Go read some books about Hypatia, and just please.
Hypatia. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'd have to look that one up too.
It's a person. It's a woman that there's a lot of myths about her. Again, it's better to do historical research rather than watch a movie and thinking that it is the way that these things actually happened. Hypatia had Christian students. You realize that. That's all I would need to say in response to this. Supposedly, it's some atheists love this because they think Christians killed Hypatia. But whatever, I'm not going to go into that conversation. Okay, so what I'm saying is that we have a society and we have these. This guy just told me to just travel more. Oh, bro. Okay. Have fun. So we have these societal norms, we have these expectations, we have these views about how life is and how we should treat our neighbors and what we should do. And it has not been like this. The Western world is very largely influenced by a Christian ethic and worldview. Whether you like to admit it or not, so are you.
No, it's completely true.
Yeah.
It's been the major force in our society for a long time.
Correct. And if you really want to live a non-Christian life, you'd have to put that stuff aside because it comes from a certain kind of foundational thinking. So why should we treat children the same we should treat adults?
But you don't need religion to come to the conclusion that that's
okay, correct. Help me understand why we should treat children the same as...
The same as what?
Why should we treat children the same as adults?
Oh, no. I'm not saying we should.
So we shouldn't treat children the same as adults?
No.
So children are less valuable?
No.
Do you think parents have the right to...
More valuable.
You think children are more valuable?
Yes.
Based on what?
Just based on the fact that they're the ones going to be inheriting everything we're creating.
I don't see how that follows.
Societal norms, all the technology.
They literally do not... okay. And then what? Like, I don't know whether that leads to some kind of a moral conclusion.
No, it's just... No. There's no moral conclusion.
Because the opposite could be true. So think about it. Like, the opposite could be true. Like a hyper environmentalist, right? Essentially say, like, we should go extinct. Like, don't have children at all. Human beings are just a disease to this planet.
Sure.
Okay, so clearly they don't see children as being valuable at all. They see children as a disease on the planet.
Yeah.
So it can't just be like they're our future and so on and so forth. Did you understand what I mean there? It's like it just can't be that. And this is partly why I did that little exercise about the car being stolen and the human being stolen, is that when things are equal, they ought to be treated equally, and unequals ought to be treated unequally. But what makes human beings equal? Because very clearly we're not all equal
No.
If you start looking at like IQ, strength, possibility of like disease resistance, like we're not very equal.
Right, but we are equal in the human experience.
But some people can't really have that human experience.
Well, we're here. We're here.
That can't be enough. Some people are actually a nuisance to existence and reality and to humanity and the human experience. Like, why would it be so wrong to go around?
Although I may agree with you, I think that is just an opinion. That there are people, working against society and stuff. I think that might just be an opinion.
Okay, so let's say like somebody who's born with like certain deformities.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to have the same human experience that you're going to have. They're going to have a lesser experience of the human experience. Value-wise, it's going to be lesser. They don't understand all of it. They're going to struggle throughout life.
I mean, that could be true between two able people.
Correct. That's why I said no two humans are equal. When you really get into the nitty-gritties, you realize that no two humans, nor two human experiences are exactly the same. So which brings your worldview into question as to how you establish the equality of humans.
On the basic idea that they have a right to exist.
Why do they have a right to exist?
Well, because they do. They do exist, and they have the right to do it.
No. Like, how are you going to conclude that? I don't understand how you're just going to conclude they have a right to exist.
Because
why can't the more powerful just deem the less powerful not fit for existence? And when they are born, let's just say,
well, we've
attempted
that in the past.
Correct. And what's so wrong with that?
It causes an enormous amount of suffering.
And why is that bad?
Why is it bad?
Mm-hmm.
Because your body is literally telling you it's bad, screaming at you.
No, your body is telling you it's unpleasant. It's not telling you it's bad. Those are two different things. One is a moral.
It's bad. You're getting burned. That your body's being harmed. That it's bad.
No, one is a moral. One is a moral projection, and the other one is a more psychological or physical reaction.
How are you separating them?
That there's a big difference between murdering little children because you don't see them fit for existence, even though that causes suffering in them, and then you internally feeling the suffering.
Right, but the child that's being killed is experiencing suffering.
So what?
Physical and emotional.
Just a side note, are you against abortion or for abortion?
I'm pro-life, but I'm generally against abortion. But I think it's important to have the right.
So you mean you're pro-choice?
I'm pro-choice, but I'm not
generally against
necessarily for abortion.
Yeah, because if you were to use that as a moral reasoning, you'd like if children in the womb feel pain, you'd be against all of it.
Yeah, but then you have to really compare that to the potential pain outside. That's the problem.
Correct.
That I have with it,
so what would be? So let's just follow that train of thought.
Outside of the womb for that
Correct.
Child.
Correct. Well, for that child, so it's not the mother, for that child.
Well, that's what we're talking about, the child.
Well, what's so wrong with a child that gets in an accident and loses limbs for me just to walk up to them and shoot them in the head because I'm saving them from suffering as their parent?
Right. They may still have loving parents. We're talking about a child that may
as
not
their
have
parent. I said as the parent.
Or a parent. They still possibly
say both
may
parents
have a
agree.
Parent.
Let's just say both parents agree.
Agree.
That this child should
Agree
die.
what? Okay. We have laws against that. That is.
Yeah, who cares? We can't just appeal to laws.
Well, we care. We care. We obviously
No,
care. We have a law.
laws could be wrong, and have been wrong.
The one about murder?
Laws, it doesn't matter. Like, laws could be wrong and have been wrong. We just can't say that's the law.
We're specifically talking about the one about murder. I don't think that one's wrong.
Okay, let's just say we change the law, and the law becomes it's okay for parents to kill their babies.
Okay.
At any
I don't see
age.
that happening.
At any age. Let's just say we did. Would you have issues with it?
Okay. Okay.
What I'm saying is, if you were to be consistent with your worldview, you wouldn't have issues with it.
With abortion?
No, with infanticide.
If I was consistent with my worldview,
you would be okay with infanticide. Yeah.
What makes you say that?
Because if the laws change, you'd be okay with it.
No, absolutely not.
If the laws changed and the parents were okay with it, you'd be okay with it.
No, I would not be okay with it.
So you would deem the laws immoral and the parents immoral for doing that.
Yeah, like you said, there are many.
Where do you get this very high? Where do you get this very high standard of morality?
From my interactions with you and everybody else around me.
That's not an answer.
I recognize that they do not wish to be murdered. I do not wish to be murdered, and so we live accordingly. I do not want them yelling at me in the streets. I don't yell at them in the streets.
Yeah, I just frankly don't care whether other people want something to be done a certain way or not.
What do you mean?
Like, if society decided they were all going to share their spouse with one another, I wouldn't be like, cool, wow, how nice is this?
And that's fine. I mean, society.
No, what I'm saying is like society can make all sorts of decisions of like, we want this, we don't want this, we like this, we don't like. I mean, the fact that we live in a society now that every other word offends everyone and they want to cancel everyone else, it's stupid. I don't make moral judgments based on my interaction with other people.
How do you not?
Because I believe that morality is...
You go around punching people.
I don't, because I think people are made in the image of God. And I shouldn't be punching them because they're not objects.
Right.
Correct. But you don't.
Right.
You don't think they're made in the image of God.
And in turn, when you do that, they don't punch you. Regardless of your belief. Is what happens in society, is that you create a situation where you don't punch them and they don't punch you.
Correct. And I would say to society, you're very welcome. And I would say to society, you're very welcome. Christianity has given you this. You act in very civilized ways.
No. Christianity has brought us a lot of things.
Correct. One of them being that everyone has a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness given to them by who? You and me? By who?
By whom?
What does the text say? The founding document of the United States doesn't say everybody has a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that's it. Mm-hmm. It continues. Endowed by their creator.
Right.
Given to them by their creator. Even the founders of this country.
Does that specify which creator?
No, it doesn't. And it doesn't need to.
Okay.
But I would say most of the people that were involved in the writing of that were Christians.
No.
Can you think of any Muslims that were a part of that?
Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? Absolutely
okay, so there's zero Muslims. They were
fighting against the Catholic religion. They were not going to join the Muslims.
No,
was even worse.
They were not fighting against it. Oh, hang on. They weren't fighting.
There were many of them. Many of the founding fathers that wrote many letters against the Catholic Church.
John Jay.
After their death.
John Jay was one of the founders of this country. First Supreme Court Justice, Governor of New York, was a. John Jay was a Protestant. John Jay was a Protestant. There were Catholics and Protestants. There were Unitarians. There were deists. Ben Franklin was a deist. I think Thomas Jefferson.
There was all sorts.
Who was an atheist? There are no atheists.
There was a few of them. I would have to go and look them up, but there was
a few. I challenge you to find some atheists in the founding fathers of the United States. The closest you're going to come to, the closest you're going to come to is Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin, who are deists.
Very likely. I think they were deists, yes. The two you mentioned. But
what I'm saying is, even these individuals had the ability to come together and say, in a most general sense.
And they discussed it together.
Correct.
They had the discussion together to decide what was best.
I would say all of their...
It was not handed down to them. They got together and discussed it.
Hang on. And yes. And all I would say all of their thinking was influenced by a Christian theology.
Yes, and
even the deists,
very difficult for it to not have been.
Even for the deists. And so for them to conclude that all men are created equal and endowed by their creator.
I mean, if we were to move away from, I believe that was the Declaration of Independence, right? Now, if we move over to the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the Founding Fathers were smart enough to separate church from state.
Can you tell me where in the Constitution there's a separation of church and state?
In the Bill of Rights.
Where? Bill of Rights are the first 10, by the way.
Yes.
Where?
That the government shall, I don't know the exact quote, but it shall not establish a government. I don't know the exact wording of it, but that separates it.
Congress shall make no laws respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or of the right of the people to peaceably assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievance. There's nowhere there that says that there's a separation between church and state. What it does say is that the government shall not establish a specific religion.
Exactly. That they cannot condone, enforce, or promote any specific religion.
Do you know that the U.S. Congress printed Bibles? The same Congress that believed this and accepted this?
Of course.
So they clearly didn't see that being... Sorry, hang on. They didn't see that.
These guys were definitely in a Christian environment.
What I'm saying is, if these people actually meant you shouldn't be promoting religion, if that's actually what they meant when they wrote this stuff down.
As a government. You could do it as a personal citizen, no problem. All day.
Congress was printing Bibles as a government.
Right. Did the government say you have to read this? This is your text, your holy text now? It did not say that. No,
it didn't say that. It didn't need to say that. Yeah. But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they were still promoting Christianity by printing Bibles. I mean, look, man, this is a side note, but like people would lose their mind if they found out the U.S. government was printing Bibles right now.
No, we have deacons in the military. It's not outrageous.
Yeah, we have chaplains. Yeah, we have chaplains in the military.
Yeah. Well, it's all within the government. It's just the government cannot promote it and say this is your religion.
Sure, and there's a reason for that, by the way, because a lot of these people that actually were a part of the establishment of this country were from different denominations of Christianity.
Absolutely.
And what they didn't want is for it to turn into a state religion like the Church of England.
Exactly.
But they weren't against religion. They literally
I'm not saying all of them. I am not saying all of them.
I don't think any of them. George Washington was a deist.
Yes, he was.
Okay, a deist, not an atheist.
But he was given the position as an honorary position as president.
Yeah, what I'm saying is George Washington was a deist, and he went to church every Sunday with his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, his wife was a Christian believer.
Which is not uncommon for that time at all. It was very common practice.
Correct, but these people weren't idiots. They're coming out of the Enlightenment. The atheism is on the rise. Like the idea that, oh, they're culturally kind of forced to do this stuff is just complete nonsense. There was many thinkers that were very adamantly against Christianity specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What they didn't do, by the way, which is very interesting to the modern atheistic kind of conversation, is they actually saw the great value that Christianity brought to the morality of a nation. And that if the nation was going to succeed, it would be based on a Christian morality and ethic. And that's the point I was trying to get at. That you have these beliefs about equality of children and suffering is bad. And that's great that you have them. What I'm saying is you can't internally justify it.
I'm trying to think of what things within Christianity morally have we adopted?
That everyone is created equal. That we all have the image of God on us.
But that's not even true within the Bible.
That every human has the image of God on them?
Right.
How is that not true in the Bible?
Not necessarily that, not the statement, but
So to tell me, flesh it out, explain it to me.
Well, God commanded many of his people throughout the book to go out and kill.
Correct.
For beliefs.
Correct.
Right. So
how does that in any way make people not equal anymore?
Well, because if you have a different belief system, you're less than and deserve death.
But they're not killing them because they have a different belief system.
Why were they killing them?
Because they're doing heinous things. They're acting out their belief system in very heinous ways.
Right. But so the Jews at the time just believed that they were immoral and doing wrong things.
Do you think child sacrifice is immoral?
Well, no. See, that's the thing. Because God also commands his people to take the virgin women as prizes.
To marry them. To marry them.
Right.
And do those women become their wives?
Yes, as
property. And are they equal in their family, or do they treat them as property?
You know what? I don't think it mentions that.
Go read the text.
Does it mention that?
Yes, it says that they become their wife.
Right.
The wife of the family. That there's no. Yes. It doesn't say they continue being property X, Y, and Z. They become their wife. They become a part of the Israelite and Jewish community.
Right, but you're talking about a group of men going into another tribe, stealing their young women.
They're not stealing.
They're not stealing.
No, they're going into war, and they're conquering, and there's women there, and they're marrying those women.
So conquering and stealing are two different things here.
If you go marry someone, how are you stealing them? I'm having a hard time here with your.
I'm sorry. If I go into my neighbor's house,
correct,
and steal a woman out of there, is that not?
But that's not what's happening.
But I kill everybody.
That is not what. Right? Yeah, but we're not talking about you murderously doing these things. We're not.
Mm-hmm.
So let's put it this way. Say the United States goes to war with Japan.
Yes.
And a U.S. soldier goes and marries a Japanese woman after that war, or meets her during the war, whose husband that he killed.
Right, but these women have no choice in the matter.
If these women were left, they would have died. Their end would have been much, much worse.
So what? They killed.
So you said, wait, did you just say, so what?
Yeah, because they already killed swaths of people. What would it
Correct.
matter?
And what were these cultures doing? Hey, do you think all cultures are equal? Let me just, because this is important to this conversation.
Absolutely not.
Okay, you don't think all cultures? Okay.
No.
So there are cultures that do horrendously horrific things.
Yes.
Do you think that we could be justified in declaring war and fighting against those cultures and those ideologies physically?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what is wrong with what the Israelites are doing?
We have war crimes when we go to war. All right, they're committing war crimes. Things that we consider war crimes today, they committed in the book.
Like what?
I mean, you're not going to imagine that they're raping these women?
It doesn't say that.
That happens in wars today.
Oh, correct. Does God say go rape these women? No, it says you can marry them.
Right, but
that's not rape.
To think that they didn't do that is.
But no, whether they did it or not is besides the question of what God is commanding them to do. Are you in the military?
No.
Okay. So in the military, if the general says, "Hey, we're going to go into this town and whatever, like we're going to invade it, we're going to," right? The opposition is there.
Right.
And
you're just following orders, right?
Yeah. So you go in there, like there's a firefight, right? Mm-hmm. And the enemy surrenders.
Right.
And one of the soldiers goes and just guns down a bunch of enemies just on their knees, kneeling before them. Surrendered, no weapons, no threat. Just guns them down. Who's to blame, the general or the soldier?
Both, probably.
But the command was never go and gun down people who actually give up.
No, but they are under his command.
Yeah, but he did say he didn't know, like not that he didn't know, but like that guy went and performed that action by himself. Right. In a military tribunal, you're not going to hold a general up to.
No, there would be an investigation to see how much he was involved.
Correct. And then so that's all I'm saying. If God says, go the Amalekites or whatever, any one of those nations, here are the things that are doing, which is again the things that they're doing is child sacrifice. Almost all of them have that in common, if not all of them. They are sacrificing their infant children, which you said earlier was a heinous thing to do.
Yes.
Okay? So if we found out all the Mexicans or most of Mexican culture was sacrificing their children and the US government said we're declaring war on Mexico.
Yes.
Would they be justified in doing so?
There would be no order to take the women as brides.
Because we live in a different culture.
But we live in the same
war
world.
Is conducted differently.
God is now changing his morals.
It's not this is not a moral sort of thing. I actually think by taking the wives and the women of these people groups, there's a couple of things that's very important. Number one, that the Israelite identity is not a genetic identity.
No, of course not.
Okay, and that's very important because people see this as like a racist kind of tribal or whatever like that. If I'm going to take their women and marry them and have children, and my children are going to be considered normal citizens of society, right? Which was very different than, say, American slavery. When the slave master had a child with the slave, that child was a slave.
Well, it's the same in the Bible, though.
It is not when you marry these women. There's a big difference between people who are.
You know what you're saying? The woman wasn't a slave. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. What I'm saying is that these women would have become a part of the household. They would have become the wives, and if they were just to be left alone, their end would have been a lot worse.
So, if in the society that they had abolished, if women were equal, because they entered into a system where they're subservient now, right?
No. How are they subservient if they're becoming the wives of the people?
Well, the Bible says a lot about women and their subservience to man.
No, not to man. There are roles within the family between a husband and a wife. Yeah, but that's
So a
not
woman
what these
cannot teach
passages
a
are
man.
about. That's in the church.
And that's only in the church.
Correct. That has to do with eldership in the church.
Why in the church only? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Because the Bible is setting up in regards to how the church ought to function.
Right, but why exclude women from leading in the church?
Well, I would say because God has a certain kind of order and a function that he wants families to function by, and he wants his church to function by.
Right, but what would be the reason for that?
That he has a created order. Yeah, he has a
that
created
specific
order.
way? Right,
He has a
but do we
created
know
order.
the reason for this order?
Do we know the reason for this order?
Yes.
Not necessarily. I mean, some of it's biological, you could say. But yeah, I wouldn't say we know every single reason for this order.
Do we have any reasons to know that this order is well, where would I find this?
The thing is that, like, if the thing about this subject, okay, which I don't mind having this discussion on, is that obviously not all Christians agree on this.
Yes, I know.
Like, there's egalitarian Christians who I've had on my channel and interviewed them, not on this subject, but I would love to have them on and interview them on this. It becomes like what my personal view is, which is very different than what we were talking in regards to going in and going to war and then marrying these women. And it has nothing to do with that they're less than, because the Bible very clearly from the first chapter says that both men and women are created in the image of God. So when it comes to the nature of men and women, when it comes to their ontology, their being, they're both equal in the image of God.
Yes.
Now, I personally think that there's different structures.
It goes on to contradict that notion as you read on.
Where is the contradiction? The only example you gave me is that they can go to war and marry the women of the conquered people.
The example I gave you was women teaching in church. All right. A woman being raped is another example, and how the rapist has to pay a dowry and pay for the woman. That makes her a second-class citizen.
Yeah. Can you quote me that passage specifically?
Oh man, I cannot specifically.
When was the last time you looked at that text?
The last time I looked at the text, it's been a little while. But if a woman is raped, there is no crime. As far all the guy has to do.
Give me a second. Let me try to find this text. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I just find it very strange that there are parts of the Bible where they prop up women. You know, like with Mary. You have Magdalene up in there too. You have the women that find Jesus' tomb. You know,
Mm-hmm. But
then they downplay them in other areas, and it's just not very consistent.
Again, I don't understand how my wife is downplayed if the Bible tells me that I am to love my wife as Christ loved the church and laid down his life for her. But in return, it says, or not in, that's not the word it uses, but it says, wives, right? Submit to your husbands.
Right.
And so a lot of people get caught up on, why does the Bible say that they ought to submit to their husbands when they don't continue reading that husbands are called to self-sacrificially live towards their wives.
I feel like this is the biggest problem, because it says that and people will interpret it in many different ways.
But there is no many different ways. It says, husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and laid down his life for her.
Mm-hmm. But that last part of it, submitting, people will look at that and interpret it in many different ways.
So it says, wives, submit to your husbands.
Yes.
But if I'm, so let's put it together. If I am self-sacrificially loving my wife, would I be a totalitarian tyrant?
It depends on your other actions.
Okay. So again, I'm going to repeat the question. If I love my wife in a self-sacrificial way, meaning I'm considering her needs before my own needs,
okay,
would I as well be a totalitarian tyrant? It seems to me that those two things...
Are you asking her to submit?
Yeah, I am actually.
Okay. Then potentially, yes.
So you think I'm being tyrannical by self-sacrificially loving my wife and sacrificing my life towards her?
Yes. It's
and she in turn... Are you married?
Yes.
You are. And how do you resolve conversations with your wife that you think you're right?
That I think I'm right?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I don't think that's ever been resolved. Oh, man.
If you've never been right in a conversation with your wife, you probably shouldn't be in a conversation with me.
No, I may think I'm right, but I don't know if that comes across to the other person.
Don't, bro. That's nonsense. I've been right. My wife might be watching this. I don't know whether she is or not, but I've been right. Now. I have been right many, many times in conversation with my wife. 100%.
Yeah, of course.
And she's been right a lot of times, right? And I think the self-sacrificial concept there would be me considering her needs, me admitting when I'm wrong, me apologizing when I'm wrong. And I think when it comes to the submission thing that the Bible talks about, it has to do with the respect. It has to do with very much the way I would say there's a submission in regards to the law, the way there's a submission in regards to say military officers or presidents or something like that. That doesn't mean they're better than us, right? I'll give you an example. I don't like the current president of the United States. I think he's a joke. Okay, but if he walked into a room, I would stand and greet him as a sign of respect. I wouldn't dishonor him. Now, if we got into a conversation together and I said, you know what, Mr. Like, I don't think I would refer to him by his first name. I think I would refer to him as Mr. President. Mm-hmm. So if I would even very strongly disagree with him, I would say, Mr. President, I think you're wrong on this issue. And what I'm saying is the respect there and the submission, I would actually see that as a submission to him.
Okay.
Is not one where he's better than me. He's greater than me. He's like more human or something like that. It has to do with roles. And we do this when it comes to age. We do this when it comes to all sorts of stuff. And I think it's the same thing when it comes to a family. My children submit and obey me. Not because I'm more human than them or I'm better than them or something like that.
Yeah, but
because I am their leader.
That you're an immoral person. I don't think you would mistreat your children or your wife. You don't
correct.
seem...
I
don't know you, but you don't seem like you would be doing horrible things.
That's what I'm saying is that when I believe exactly what I think the Bible teaches in regards to submission and the what I would say the male headship of a family.
Right.
Now, again, one thing a lot of people should get...
strong moral foundation, but you take somebody that's not like you,
then they're not. Then I would say they're not being biblical.
A little differently.
No, I don't know how somebody can miss the fact that being like Jesus, the way it's spoken about there about husbands, being like Jesus, sacrificing his life, giving everything he had, paid it all, would somehow understand that as, you know what, I'm going to be like dominant totalitarian leader here. And that's why I said that. It's just stupid to me. It's such a contradiction. Because a servant leader is not by definition, when I say someone is a servant leader, that means by definition that individual is not a totalitarian leader. Let me get to this because I actually had pulled up the passage. I had pulled up the passage and then I think in the chat they actually mentioned it. So we're looking at Deuteronomy 22. And it says, I'll read the whole passage where it says, he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. He must marry the young woman, for he has violated her. He can never divorce her as long as he lives. Now let's read the passage. Okay, that's 22:29.
Yeah, you have to be married for the rest of your life to your rapist.
Hang on. Just hang on.
That's not a moral debate.
Let's read the text.
Okay.
Because I know this is a passage that regularly gets, Okay, verse 28. This is what I mean when people need to read context, meaning you read the sentence before and the sentence after. And you just got to have a little bit of wit about you to pay attention to these things. It says, if a man meets a virgin, right? That's a young woman. If a man meets a young woman or a virgin who is not betrothed, okay, so she's not married, and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give to the father of the young woman 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he has violated her. He may not divorce her all the days. Now, this is a passage that regularly gets thrown around as, he's raping her. Right? We good? I'm not trying to misrepresent. I'm not trying to misrepresent anyone.
No, yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So that's... Now, if we back up and read, let me see. Because this whole chapter has to do with sexuality and kind of the laws that have pertained to it, okay? Verse 22 starts off by saying, if a man is found lying with his wife, okay, that's not what we want. Okay, because that has to do with adultery.
So in Deuteronomy.
Okay, sorry, just
25 to 27.
No, look at verse 23, because I'm going to contextually argue that this is not rape. Okay. Verse 23 says, if there is a betrothed virgin, so this is a woman who is betrothed, means engaged, but in their context, if you're engaged, you're married. It just hasn't been consummated. Okay. So that's why you would refer to her as a betrothed virgin versus a virgin who's not betrothed. Okay. So if there is a betrothed virgin and a man meets her in the city and lies with her, then you shall bring them both out to the gate of the city, and you shall stone them to death with stones. The young woman, because she did not cry for help as she was in the city, and the man, because he violated his neighbor's wife. So what does it mean when it says that this young woman should be put to death because she didn't cry for help? Why would that be a qualification in this text? That's in verse 24, by the way. What do you think it is? Just top of your mind.
I'm not sure.
That she didn't resist.
Mm-hmm.
It means she wanted to have sex with this guy.
So, right. But it does in verse 25 and 27 specify the raping of a woman.
Now, let's see what it says in verse 25. But if a man is in the open country and a man meets a young woman who is betrothed, again, these are both betrothed women,
right?
And the man seizes her and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her shall die. Mm-hmm. So he rapes her. What is the punishment?
But she's engaged. She's engaged, though.
Correct.
Right. So she's already owned by somebody.
No, she's married, because notice the language there was earlier on. It said he violated.
It refers to
no.
Women that are.
Okay. Again, context here. Verse 23 says, if there's a betrothed virgin, if they act like this, it goes on to say, the man is put to death because he violated his neighbor's wife.
Exactly.
Even though the woman hasn't consummated the marriage. She's still a virgin. She's referred to as someone else's wife.
Right.
Because to be engaged, to be married, that's the mindset there.
Right.
But
And
both
what if
of
she is not engaged?
Okay, hang on. In both situations,
Yes.
They are. Sorry, let me catch my thoughts here. In both situations, these are betrothed people.
Yes,
okay?
Absolutely.
In one situation, it's telling us they're in the city. She could have called out for help, but she didn't. Okay? Which means she didn't resist. She committed adultery. And the punishment for adultery is death for both of them. Okay, that's verse 24.
Yes.
In verse 25, it says if they're in the open country, so there's nobody to hear this woman calling out for help or not calling out for help. And see, she's betrothed. And the man seizes her and lies with her. Then only the man who lay with her shall die. It's because they don't know whether she resisted or not. But you shouldn't do anything to the young woman because she has committed no offense. Okay?
Right, but they specify that she's engaged.
Correct. Hang on. For this case, continue now. For this case is like that of a man attacking and murdering his neighbor because he met her in the open country. And though the betrothed young woman cried for help, there was no one to rescue her. Oh, sorry. The assumption here is that she did cry for help. Look at verse 27. The assumption is that she cried for help in the open country. Nobody could get to her. So this is a case of rape because she tried to resist, but nobody could rescue her. And so in the case of rape, because she's resisting, but nobody could help her, the man is put to death.
Right.
Okay. Now we get to verse 20.
A woman that's engaged.
Okay. Yeah, we get she's engaged, but she cried for help, and nobody was there to rescue her.
She's only put to death if she's engaged.
No, because she's put to death because she didn't cry for help in the first sentence.
No. I'm saying that the guy would be put to death in the second scenario because she was already engaged.
No, it's because she cried for help.
No, but it also specifies the one thing that the qualifier, which is needing to be engaged.
Okay, so exactly. So the point is not because she's engaged, he's put to death. It's because she raped someone. Sorry, he raped someone. And the qualifier is she cried for help and nobody came to her rescue. So she's not put to death.
The first qualifier is that she's engaged.
She's betrothed. Yes. Right. Now it's going to change. And remember, I told you I was going to argue that this is not rape in verse 28.
Right.
Because it says if a man meets a woman, a virgin, a young lady who's not betrothed, and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found sleeping together.
Yes.
Then the man ought to give the woman, the father, dowry and marry her.
Yes.
This is not rape. This is two consensual adults.
But I'm asking you, what if it was rape? The only qualifier here is that she's engaged for punishment of the man. What is the punishment for the man if there is rape and she's not engaged? It doesn't specify that.
Are you referring to verse 28?
What does verse 28 say? What does it say?
Oh, you're asking. Okay. It says, if a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give the father of the young woman 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife because he has violated her. He may not divorce her all his days.
Now, when he says violated her,
he's had sex with her. Rape. Yeah, he's had. That's not rape. That does not mean rape. It doesn't specify rape.
Right.
No, it's not. The distinguishing marker here between rape and not rape is whether the woman cried out or not. And the way you know this is by comparing verse 28 to verse 24.
What is the crime for a woman that's not engaged and cries out?
Sorry, say that again?
What is the punishment if a woman is not engaged and she does cry out?
Death. Because it's rape. It is never.
Only if she's. But it specifies as if she's engaged. I said if she's not engaged.
Correct. Correct. But what it's qualifying there in these three scenarios is whether a woman who is engaged doesn't cry out. So if a woman who's engaged doesn't cry out, she and the guy committed adultery. And both are put to death. Okay? Right. The third scenario is a woman who doesn't cry out, but she's not engaged. Right. So she's got to marry the guy she just had sex with. Huh?
Yes, absolutely.
So the thing is that, hey, you guys thought you're mature enough to have sex?
Not engaged.
Because if she was, if she was, it would be adultery, and if she was, she's already someone else's wife. And then squeezed in between them is this thing of if a guy finds a woman, okay, now it qualifies it as a woman who's betrothed and seizes her, he shall be put to death. And then it gives a qualifier. Okay, verse 26, but you shall do nothing to the young woman. She has committed no offense, punishable by death, and then it gives us the example that this is like a man attacking and murdering his neighbor.
I know, but the initial qualifier is that she has to be engaged. That's the initial qualifier.
No, it's just telling us about a woman who's engaged.
Right, so we need to know about a woman that's not engaged. What's the punishment there?
Do the inverse of verse 28. Okay? So let's look at verse 28 and to make sense if this is, whether this is rape or not. Okay? Mm-hmm. If a man meets someone who's not betrothed and he sleeps with her, they're supposed to get married. Verse 28 is not rape. Verse 28 is two people consensually sleeping together. They're caught and they got to get married. And the guy's got to pay the fine. Okay? Mm-hmm. If we do the inverse, say the girl is betrothed and they sleep together. That's what verse 25 is talking about. That both of them are to be put to death. Sorry, verse 24. Verse 25 is talking about an engaged woman who doesn't cry out, which would be true if she wasn't engaged as well. Because it's like murdering someone. This woman cried out for help and nobody helped her. It is not that, as long as she's not married, we can just do whatever we want to do.
These are specify that though,
but it doesn't need to because the inverse is true. You just can't do that. The language
is very clear. The first qualifier is that she has to be married in order for the man to be put to death.
No.
In the case of rape.
No, it doesn't say she has to be married. It's giving you a scenario. No, it says, but if in the open country a man meets a young woman who's betrothed, it doesn't say she needs to be married.
Then they shouldn't have added that. It's just a woman in the field, but they added that as a qualifier. It was unnecessary, unless you're using it as a qualifier. It could have just been a woman, but they specified engaged woman.
Correct.
They made a very specific
and
reference instead of just saying a general woman.
Sorry, someone's what is this? NIV. Let me see what the NIV says here.
Oh, the NIV says rape. But I don't think the Hebrew word translates to rape. The NIV is known to be one of the...
If a man happens to meet a virgin who's not pledged to be married and rapes her, and they are discovered, he shall pay her... Yeah, I think the NIV is very wrong on this translation.
I'm gonna
because I think the qualification of whether it qualifies as rape or not is the woman crying out or not.
Oh, I don't think so. But yeah, the NIV seems to be a little sketchy with its translations.
Well, I mean, I'm okay with the NIV in certain areas, but again, I think the crying out in the city, and she doesn't cry out, which means she doesn't resist, and so she's punished for it, as opposed to the exactly that's adultery, as opposed to the woman who does cry out, and even if nobody's there to hear her, the man is punished.
Mm-hmm.
Let me read a little commentary here. I'm confused a little bit here. It's unclear why this section of Deuteronomy and other passages concerning forbidding sexual relations only present cases of rape. With respect to unmarried girls, the Old Testament resembles the ancient Near Eastern law codes. The reason may be that far fewer instances involving married women occurred. Similar perspectives can be... That's not very clear. Thank you. So yeah, I don't think in any way this to conclude that this passage says it's okay for you to rape an unmarried, which essentially is the conclusion you're coming to, is that the passage is teaching us it's okay to rape unmarried women.
Oh no, I don't think that's what it's saying. I do believe people have interpreted it as such through history.
Who?
Many Christians throughout history.
Okay, so I don't care. Like people do all sorts of weird stuff. Okay.
Yes.
People have chopped off their arms and plucked out their eyes because Jesus said it's better.
But I can't ask God. I have to deal with the.
No, it's not necessarily. Yeah. So what I would say is, what would be, say, the earliest commentators on this passage, and whether Hebrew society, based on these laws, developed itself from the beginning, where it was okay for people to rape unmarried women. And if that's not the case, and they weren't doing that, then very clearly this passage is not being taught in that way. Whether some guy in the 1300s did that or not, it's besides the point.
It wasn't just one guy.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it was 15 guys or 30 guys. It's the question should be whether this was an official teaching of the church, whether these were official interpretations, whether people were being told, yeah, you can actually do that. Go rape, right? Or whether people were just doing it. People do all sorts of crazy stuff today. We don't look at our laws and go, oh yeah, but we're condoning that. That's okay. That's just not the way law works.
Yeah, but my worry is that it's not clear enough and people will interpret it in many different ways and do horrible things in accordance, justify their horrible actions based on this book because it's not clear enough.
Because it's not clear enough,
people will do horrible things based on this book because it's not clear enough.
So you have an issue on the clarity of the Bible?
Oh, that is a major issue. Yeah. I mean, look how many denominations of Christianity there are.
None of those conversations are about anything like this. And none of them are about issues of central importance, really.
Well, I think it is because I have to go out and interact with these people every day. These people vote, right? They have an influence on my life.
Uh-huh.
There's more of them than me,
Uh-huh.
So it is important.
No, these what I'm saying, no, you're
like you said,
you're conflating two different things. One, you're conflating two different things.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Which
you're
are
saying there's different denominations. Like the text isn't clear enough, and they're in disagreement internally. Like I disagree with, say,
yes,
I don't know, a Baptist or whatever like that, or a
sure.
Presbyterian, let's just say, right? Like me and the Presbyterian disagreeing, and I have lots of Presbyterian friends. Me and the Presbyterian disagreeing are of theological matters. They frankly don't. They frankly do not matter to you. They make no difference to your life on whether we think we should be. No, they don't.
Absolutely do.
How does it impact your life on whether we should baptize infants or not?
Not that specific issue.
Well, those are the issues that we're separating over. Like, how does it impact you on whether I think that the Lord's Supper is literally the blood and body of Christ or not? So what? No, it's not. It's not. It's like, what are the things that we disagree about that are so impacting to you in regards to the lack of clarity in the text?
No. I'm not concerned about the disagreements. I'm concerned about the belief system derived from the Holy Book. Right? The fact that you and person B can get different meanings from the same passage. All right? That is a problem. And some of these people have gone on to do horrible things with that belief. All right? People will fly planes into buildings because of their belief. You know.
Yeah.
Blow up. They will shoot up,
correct.
Clinics,
Correct. And atheists will also imprison 2-year-olds because their family had a Bible. And then what? Let's get rid of all atheists?
Where is that happening?
North Korea. Yesterday.
Wait a minute. North Korea, you may claim it's atheist, but they
I love this. I love it when atheists say this. By the way, I was born in the USSR.
He doesn't have a butthole, dude.
I was born in the USSR. I saw religious persecution. My family went through religious persecution, and my family wasn't even religious.
Right.
And to stand there and say they weren't forget North Korea. Let's talk about communist Russia.
Okay.
My brothers went to school and very, very nominal Christians.
You realize that Stalin took over a country that was primed for religious thinking already.
Way after Stalin.
He replaced himself with God in that scenario.
Way after Stalin.
We're talking after Stalin. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. As a matter of fact, Armenia was one of the most freest of the communist republics. And there was still religious persecution. I got friends from Romania. I got friends from all the Eastern Bloc. And they went through horrendous times. So the atheistic doctrine, by the way, that was taught. By the way, they sent my brothers to indoctrination camps to teach them atheism. They literally sat kids down. They literally sat kids down who were 10 years old, 11 years old, and told them, pray to God for God to give you food right now. And they made them pray, and the food didn't come, and they said, now ask Lenin to give you food. And the kids asked Lenin to give them food, and the teacher brought food and brought it and put it in front of them and said, see, God doesn't exist.
Well, that's a practical experiment.
But it's not an atheistic worldview, huh?
No, it isn't.
Come on, man. It's so funny to me that atheists typically run from these things.
As an atheist, I wouldn't believe magic was going to be real. So when you pray to God, I don't think anything's actually going to happen.
It's to make a point as an atheist that God doesn't. No. It's not a stupid game. You are manipulating. It is not a stupid game. You are manipulating and you're psychologically infusing into a child to never approach God. So my point was, you're saying the reason why I brought
example of God's silence.
Juan, the reason why I brought this into the conversation is because you said religious people disagree and they get different interpretations from their Bible, and then they go and vote on it.
Yes.
So do atheists.
Yes.
And they go and vote on it, and they vote for very stupid stuff.
For example.
I live in California.
For example. Yes. I live in California too, for example.
For example, I would say abortion laws and the way they are. It's very stupid. It's not even commonsensical.
I would disagree.
You disagree that people can willy-nilly walk into a clinic and have an abortion?
Would I disagree that they can do that?
No. Do you think it's stupid that they can do that?
No.
So you think people should be able to willy-nilly walk into a clinic and have an abortion?
Yes, absolutely.
And you think this is good for society?
Yes.
Okay, so the atheists that disagree with you, there are atheists who disagree with you and agree with me.
Yeah, but we have nothing to bind us. Our only thing that atheists have to bind us is our disbelief in God. We have nothing else to bind us. We have no worldview that we share. Each and every one of us have our own.
I think that's a cop-out. Because what you generally have binding you is similarities in regards to what you think the universe is fundamentally made of, how you come to moral conclusions. There's a number of things that would bind you, whether you classify yourself as a humanist or not. Like, you can't just say, the only thing that binds us is this. I just don't think you would use any different techniques. No, what I'm saying is, like, I don't have a problem people disagreeing and then actually bringing their disagreements into the public sphere and arguing for them. And I actually trust that people who are more reasonable, who could convince the larger population or something like that, win out in regards to how they want society to be structured.
Right.
I think the system we have in the United States is pretty decent. What you're saying is you really don't like people having differences in agreements, and you don't like it that they get to actually voice these opinions and then and form society in a way that they actually agree with this stuff. It's like, what would be your alternative? Make all religious people not be able to participate in politics?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so what would be the alternative?
I think religion has played a very important role throughout history in keeping science at bay.
So again, my question is, that's interesting. My question is, what would be your kind of alternative? You're saying, well, they disagree on passages, and I'm telling you the stuff that they actually disagree on. I'm not talking about different religions, by the way. I'm talking about like internally within Christians. The stuff we disagree upon, we're not asking to I don't know, let's okay. Like, we're not, the Presbyterians aren't out there like legally demanding that all your atheistic children sorry, that sounded wrong, but all the children of atheists be baptized. Like, that's not the legal conversations we're having. No,
but they want that.
No, they don't.
You don't think that they want that?
They don't want that because that doesn't fit. Because that doesn't fit within their theology. The very reason why a Presbyterian would argue for the children to be baptized is because the parents are believers. Like, this is what I mean, is that the theological nuances and differences that we have as Christians. Yes, in certain areas, and typically the areas that it comes into the public sphere, our disagreements internally come into the public sphere when it has to do with ethics and morality, and things of that sort. Okay. It is not the secondary or tertiary issues that we are disagreeing internally. Because you're looking at the biblical text, you're saying, well, they interpret the biblical text. You're saying, oh, this passage is vague in Deuteronomy. And somehow concluding that Christians have, which is historically inaccurate, that Christians have taught it's okay to go and rape unmarried women. It's like, that's never happened.
That's definitely happened.
No, it has never happened that Christians have taught it is morally fine, and as a matter of fact, okay with these passages that Christians should act in these ways. What you're saying is rape has happened. Correct. Nobody's disagreeing with that.
Yeah, and by using the justification in the Bible, they feel that they're okay with it.
And that's why I gave the example that people can use the justification of atheism to do whatever they want. That doesn't mean much. Brother, people can use, like, why is it so difficult? Why is it so difficult?
we're not claiming that you're being watched by an entity and judged. We're not claiming anything like
That's
that.
besides the point.
So
It
we're not
doesn't
making
matter.
these claims.
It does not matter whether you're being, it doesn't matter. What you're saying is people can use certain ideas, right?
Yes.
In nefarious ways. I don't disagree with you. I just think that's the case with everyone.
Not just any ideas. We're talking about ideas that are unfounded as of yet.
That's a conclusion you've made already.
Well, can you demonstrate the God so that we know he's real?
Yes, I can actually. I mean, we've been talking for quite some time now. And I would say any one of the theistic arguments are pretty, maybe alone they're pretty decent. Put in combination to one of them gives you a very, very high probability that God exists.
Right.
And I think the alternative views, and I think the alternative views, hang on, the alternative views.
Still falls short, though. You just admitted it falls short.
No, I didn't say that. What do you mean? It doesn't fall short.
That it's a high probability of God existing.
Correct. One, you can't even you can't even with certainty prove to me that you exist. That doesn't mean you don't exist.
With certainty?
Yes.
We could go and meet somewhere, have some coffee.
That doesn't matter.
What do you mean that doesn't matter?
I didn't say whether I think you exist. I think that
I can't prove to whom that I exist.
The philosophical category of certainty happens in extremely rare conditions.
Absolutely. Okay? The claim is pretty big, though. Let's be fair.
Certainty in the philosophical sense happens in very rare circumstances.
I agree.
It's like laws of logic, mathematical laws, things of that sort. When it comes to doubting your own existence, or even proving your existence, we still have to take that extra
step to demonstrate it.
Okay.
That little bit.
How can you demonstrate to me that you exist?
We're speaking right now.
That doesn't demonstrate to me that you exist. For all I know, you could be a figment of my imagination.
That's hallucination.
Correct. Right. For all I know, I could be in the Matrix being fed this information.
But then that would be the same for you, and we're just left in a.
Correct.
Nowhere.
That's why I said you can't prove it with certainty. You made my point for me.
Right, but we can take steps to get closer. We can, like I said, meet for coffee. We can make steps to actually get closer.
No, because any one of those things could be a part of the whole matrix we're in. This is just the way knowledge works. And so when I say high probability, by the way, I'm not talking about I'm talking about a certain category and certain degrees within epistemology.
Right. No, I understand.
I think you're completely fine. I think somebody is completely fine, like an Alvin Plantinga, to argue that God is evident, right? I'm very sympathetic towards that. But I would say that God's existence is beyond a reasonable doubt. And all the classical theistic arguments together demonstrate that.
I don't think it demonstrates. It still leaves that last.
Okay, then you would have to pick an argument and tell me this argument doesn't succeed for the following reasons. So
right, like the
I'll throw a softball.
I said it's probably the most compelling argument, but it still leaves that little bit. Well, where is God? Where is the Creator?
Location-wise?
Anything, any kind of measurable attribute. Anything that we could say definitively.
That's such an arbitrary thing that you've come up with. Like I've literally, sorry man, I've read many atheists. I mean, extremely sophisticated atheists.
In what way is it arbitrary? I mean, I'm not God. I
because
don't know
all somebody needs to say is God is in a different dimension.
That doesn't help.
Which he is.
That doesn't help though.
It doesn't matter whether you like. It really doesn't. That's why I mean it's arbitrary. Like I've never read a philosophically sophisticated atheist giving me that argument.
Then how do we compare the thing to even?
No, you're telling me like where is he? It's like it literally doesn't matter. If the fine-tuning argument is good enough for you, that There is something that has designed this universe.
There's still a leap. There's an assumption that has to be made for the fine tuning to be correct. For me
What's
to
the
say that is
assumption?
correct, there's
Where is the
a leap
assumption?
that God exists.
Yeah,
That's the assumption.
where is the assumption? Like from which steps?
To that.
Okay, so which step to which step is the assumption? That is not a conclusion, it's an assumption.
The assumption is that God exists, that God is real, God is there.
Okay, let's read the fine-tuning argument, okay? Because you might be using the word assumption the same way I'm using the word conclusion. And if we are, then...
Very likely, very likely.
But then I would challenge you on whether you're being consistent with logical thinking.
Okay.
And the way logical deductions or inductions work.
Right, okay? Right. In what way?
Because those words actually matter. So, okay. Let's read. I don't want to just randomly... Okay, for those interested here, here's a link that I'm not reading, just a random meme or something. Okay, so this is... Okay. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. So when you're saying, when you're talking about the fine-tuning argument, you're not just talking about design, right? You're not talking about design argument. Like things look designed and therefore they have a designer. That's not what you're talking about. Because fine-tuning has to do with here are the things we're looking at. Here are the things we're looking at, and then these things suggest that they are not random.
Well, for example, gravity falling at a certain rate, at which it falls.
Okay, so yeah, the expansion, the speed of expansion. So the speed of expansion for the universe, like there's like 26 constants, I think, that come into it. Yeah, so what they're doing is so this is called the inductive argument. It's not a deductive argument, okay?
Yes, I know. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the inductive argument leads you to a probabilistic conclusion. So it concludes with most probably, this is the conclusion, the logical conclusion, that it's designed, which assumes a designer. I just want to see where the assumption is.
Where you just mentioned it, it assumes a designer.
Okay, so you're using the word assumption incorrectly. An assumption would be if I came into the conversation and I said, I assume God exists, and then I'm going to show it to you.
Right.
But that's not what's happening. That's not how an inductive argument develops. Okay, so if you did the opposite of this, say you did something like a deductive argument, like the Kalam argument, all right, which is everything that begins to exist has a cause, the universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. There are no assumptions in that. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. I mean, there's premises. So everything that begins to exist has a cause. So if somebody's going to disagree with the argument, say the Kalam argument, what they would have to do is prove either premise 1 or premise 2 false. Because the conclusion logically follows. But again, I think you're misusing the word assumption. So you're saying, how do you go from this to God? Well, you ask questions as to what sort of a thing would be the thing that would fine-tune the universe. Right? Like, if the universe is finely tuned, it can't be a self-tuning that is happening.
Well, of course it can.
It cannot.
Why wouldn't it be able to? Why
because
not?
Because the initial conditions of the beginning of the universe would have had to be fine-tuned, which means a non-existence of the thing. And
well, how do we know that? Wait a minute. No, I mean,
that's by the way, that's one of the constants. The speed of the expansion of the universe as started by the Big Bang. The Big Bang naturally concludes there is no eternality to the universe. The
No, it
Big
doesn't.
Bang, it does. It does.
No, because the
Go
universe
read
existed before that.
Go read every single one of the scientists.
It was an expansion of matter. The space
Go
was there.
you have a misunderstanding of what the Big Bang Theory teaches. Go read every single one of the even rejectors very early on, non-Christian rejectors of the Big Bang. And what they're saying is, we don't like this because they already believed in an infinite universe. They believed in an eternal universe, and they didn't like the Big Bang model because it was telling you that the universe came into existence a finite amount of time ago.
Okay. Now, if these things point to to a creator, how then do we get?
I lost you, man. Sorry.
If the fine-tuning argument leads you to there being a creator, how does that creator tie into the Bible?
Okay, but now, see, you're doing these gigantic leaps. Like, it seems to me that like you're not getting settled on one. Like you would have to tell me, yes, I'm convinced by this argument. How can we get from there to the Bible?
No, it makes sense, the argument. That's why I said it's the most compelling. But then how do you get from that to the attributes of the Bible that describe God? If the fine-tuning says, okay, there's a creator, okay, what attributes does that creator have then?
Correct.
What
Okay,
is it that
so
the Bible
I
has
think some of
that
these
can
could be
accurately
logically.
depict those
I think some of these could be logically deduced.
Okay.
And then we'd have to compare to see
Now,
if the Bible would agree with those things.
This is without the ability to compare.
Huh?
This is without the ability to compare.
Compare what?
Compare like God's attributes to another God or anything.
Oh, you're talking about like stuff like justice and things of that sort, like attributes in that sense.
Yes. How do we
Okay,
get
so I was thinking about attributes in the sense of like,
and the fine-tuning
so I was thinking about attributes of God in regards to God being separate from the universe, God being intelligent and a personal agent. Those are the sorts of things I was thinking about.
Right. Exactly. So those as well. How do we
because
get
they're
to
logical
those
because they're logical necessities. So
for something to be outside of the universe? I don't think that.
No, you could technically you could be outside of the universe, but if something comes into existence and there was a decision made, then you're a personal agent from that deduction. If you're not, if you're like some force of energy or something like that, you have no decision making skills, so nothing happens.
I'm not sure I follow.
Okay, so if you are a thing, say you're right, if you are just a thing,
a rock, right?
A rock has no personal agency. The rock cannot do things by itself. It can't decide to do things. So if you're walking down the street and a rock hits you on the head, your conclusion isn't, wow, this rock just decided to hit me on the head.
Right.
Your conclusions are going to be to try to figure out some kind of an agency behind the rock.
Right. It would be a physical.
Correct. So some of it might be natural, right? So in the sense
what would be unnatural about it?
A human being throws a rock on your head. Not that it's not natural. So again, natural, I meant like the causes of it would be from nature.
Oh, right.
Say like you were walking down and it was you were next to a hill or something, and then the wind blew the rock and it came and hit you on the head or something. That's a different sort of explanation than, Arthur hiding behind a little car over there and you're passing by and I pop up and I throw the rock on your head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But what do you do when nature doesn't exist? The very thing that you're talking about, which is the universe.
When did nature not exist?
Before the Big Bang.
It was all contained in a single point.
Okay,
I mean, we don't know what that state looked like or what it was. We don't know.
This is where the
So we can't
inconsistency
really
of a
say.
naturalistic view of the Big Bang comes in. This is my whole big deal with it. Did that
Like
single
the Big
point
Bang doesn't
exist
account for anything that
eternally?
happened.
So, okay, did that single point exist eternally?
We don't know.
Exactly. It's not that we
We
don't
don't
know,
know.
it's that it wouldn't be even possible.
Why wouldn't it be possible? You're claiming
Because,
God is eternal.
correct, but God is an
There's an object that you're
agent and
claiming
not a
that is.
contingent
Why?
thing. I mean, this isn't
How do we
something I'm
know that?
saying. Look, this isn't something I'm
That's what I'm trying to
saying.
understand.
So, one, this isn't something I'm saying that is like a debate ploy with you or something. Like, these are things that atheistic scientists are saying. This is why they're falling back on ideas like a multiverse. Because they see the inherent problem. And what they want to fall back on is an infinite amount or an eternal amount of time and possibilities.
Right.
Like, I'm not being disingenuous. This is literally what's happening
No, I don't
within
think
the
you are.
scientific conversation. People see the problem. People have always seen the problem. When the Big Bang model,
Absolutely. 100%.
started getting proposed, scientists who were atheists started having issues with it because they said it's going to bring us back to the God conversation, and we don't want that. Because they had proposed different explanations regarding the universe. The oscillating model, right? Like, it's kind of like expands and collapses on itself, but it's been doing that eternally. I'm not even going to get into the philosophical inconsistencies of how the universe can't be around forever, because you can't even arrive to today. If you haven't, you might want to do some reading in regards to traversing actual infinites, and those who are watching, you might want to do that. Okay, but I'm just telling you what the thing is. It's like, here's where if the universe began to exist, that's the condition. If the universe began to exist,
Okay. How does that get us to the Bible being correct?
Okay, but that's a different.
That's the
Correct, that's a different question.
disconnect that I'm.
Yeah.
For example, the Quran, as well. I mean,
So if you were to conclude with me today, you're like,
yeah,
if you were to conclude with me and you say, yeah, I grant that God exists. Okay, let's just say you did.
Are we talking about God of the Bible, or
let's just God? Let's just the creator.
Okay.
Okay. Let's just say you said, cool, there is a creator to the universe.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe an immediate question after this I would ask would be something like, would this creator have to be like would there be one of these creators, or would there be like a pantheistic sort of,
that's the thing. Why,
or polytheistic sort of thing? Well, I would, again, because philosophically you can actually come to certain conclusions. Right.
I mean, those are just mind games, though. You're just playing
games. They're not. With your mind. They are not, man. They really
you still
not.
need to get to the truth
like
of it.
I don't know. I hate saying stuff like, "Hey, when you read the literature on this, you realize I'm not playing mind games with you."
No. I'm not saying you. I'm saying the philosophy is just a type of mental masturbation.
That's probably the most ignorant thing you've said in the last 3 hours. With all due respect.
They're just
and I don't know who you're quoting. And I don't know who you're quoting on that, by the way. Who are you quoting?
No one that I know.
I think somebody said that. You've heard that from someone. You realize you can't think without philosophy.
Yeah, but when we're talking about
the philosophical
things that cannot be,
okay,
that cannot be
let's talk about. Let me do a little thing. Okay. Okay. You see these two things?
Yeah.
Are these two things the same or different?
Well, they're different
Okay.
and similar in ways.
Okay. In what ways are they different?
Color, ultimate
Okay.
shape.
So in doing that, you're using certain laws that are contained within logic.
Yes.
Okay. The most basic and fundamental study within philosophy is logic.
But I mean, we're talking about something tangible right now. We're not talking about something untangible like
okay,
God.
hang on. Yeah, but you can do that theoretically as well. So this is partly why we do logic in a symbolic sense, because we don't have to give examples. No, it's not. If I said A equals B, hang on. If I said A equals B and B equals C, what would you conclude?
Well,
A equals B, B equals C. What's the conclusion?
Right, A and C are equal.
A and C are equal. See, that is not a tangible thing. That's a mental thing. No. And that's what we're doing when we're doing this kind of thinking. We're saying, okay, let's look at the universe. Let's plug in A. For A, let's plug in universe. And for B, let's plug in God. Okay? And then you say, okay, what we're saying is, this is just an example. This is actually not Christian belief. But A equals B. What you're saying is the universe is God. Once you fill in those gaps. Which is going to give you a view called panentheism. The universe is God. And then you say, B equals C. And you say God equals humanity. And then you conclude A equals C. So the universe equals humanity as well. And then you can judge that as to whether it's consistent, inconsistent, it violates any logical laws, X, Y, and Z. That's doing philosophy. Right. That's not mental gymnastics.
In that instance, you would notice that they do not equal.
Correct. And you will be able to do that and explain that. No, it's not tangible. None of these things.
You do, because the only thing that was intangible was God. You had the universe and humanity.
You plug anything you want in there. Any imaginary thing you plug in there, you'll be able to figure it out.
But there's nothing to compare God to. We know what humanity looks like. We know what the universe looks like.
Correct, but that doesn't mean we can, like. So if I said God,
we have a lot of information about two of those.
Yeah, so I would say the creator of the universe. Okay, so we just called this creator God.
Infer anything else from?
Yeah, so I would say original cause.
Okay.
Could not be of material things. Could not be made of material things.
Well, how do we know that?
Because material things are contingent. And if God was made of material things, that would make God contingent.
Right.
On something else, which begs the question. Okay, you don't need examples. You could be going back to this. You don't need examples because you can logically deduce. You can logically deduce from these things. Then you get an infinite regress, which doesn't give us an answer anyway. I mean, these are things these aren't even things that Christians came up with. Juan, these are things like Plato was talking about and Aristotle was talking about. These are non-Christian guys that I'm even quoting in these kinds of reasonings.
That's okay.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like it's not even like a Christian kind of sort of thing, predominantly. But to say that we don't have any of these things.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The atheists don't have any specific ideology, no worldview that links us together.
Of course you do.
Or disbelieve in a God. That's about it. Our philosophies are different,
But were you assuming that Plato and Aristotle were atheists?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just saying that many different people have all kinds of different beliefs, and we're not all going to agree.
Correct. Right? That is a part of our humanity, and not all Christians agree. But there are certain threads and commonalities that run through atheistic thinking. For example, all atheists would have to agree that morality is a human construct.
Okay.
So you guys have that in common as well.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't know about that because we have seen moral acts in the animal kingdom. So I wouldn't. I cannot go there.
You just qualified by saying human morality is a human construct.
I'm sorry that there seems to be moral behavior in the animal kingdom.
No, that seems to be that human beings are making the case that there's moral behavior. The animals didn't get up there and say, by the way, we're considering this from now on an immoral act.
Wait a minute. We have actions to base it off of, and you're claiming God is real based on nothing, though.
No. What I'm saying is you're looking at the animals. You're looking at the animals.
Observe the animals, study them, and see.
Juan, hang on. You're looking at the animals as a moral creature, and then you're saying what we think is the way these animals are reacting to each other when they just did this thing, that they're making moral judgments. But you really don't know. That's your interpretation of the events. But you're still using your human morality.
Say that about a human being too.
That's my point was that atheists agree together that morality is a human construct.
Why are you giving the humans the benefit of the doubt that they're doing?
Because we're the humans talking about this stuff. Last I checked, a bunch of tigers don't get together on the internet and talk about morality.
People lie though. If somebody were to save a baby and say they were doing it just because for the baby's sake, I think you're lying.
Brother. I think you're misunderstanding me.
Okay.
I'm not. What I'm saying is like moral judgments and pronouncements are a human construct. All atheists would have to agree with that. At the end of the day, we're the ones that decide what is moral and immoral.
I mean, I don't know how you can. I mean, kangaroos have to make this decision sometimes to leave one of their babies behind so the other one can survive.
Correct. And how many kangaroos get together and judge that kangaroo for abandoning their baby? None.
And none. You're right.
That's why I'm saying human beings look at it and we go, oh, wow, they got to make a tough decision for the survival of their thing. But if a mother left her children for the survival, human beings are going to treat that
call that action?
Which action?
No, but all we did was label that action.
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying is the kangaroos, the kangaroos. Look, I don't want to get sidetracked on whether animals can function in these ways, but the kangaroo is doing whatever comes to it instinctually in regards to its survival ability or whatever like that. Okay.
Not just its own personal survival, but it's the survival of its kin, and it has to make a hard decision. One of them's going to die.
It has to make a decision. I think it has to make a decision. I don't know if I would qualify it by saying a hard decision. That's a human moral interpretation, whether that decision is hard for the kangaroo or not. I'm not very convinced. I'll tell you this. If a human mother... If you were to watch humans from a distance, you would notice the same thing. If a human mother leaves her child, and the child starves and dies, there's guilt associated with that. You could say maybe years later they got a recollection and thinking about that. I'm not very sure, and I'm legitimately saying I'm not very sure whether the kangaroo does that.
I mean, the elephants return to the burial sites.
Correct. Yeah, and I frankly tend to think that animals have souls. That's why I don't want to go in that area, because I think animals actually have souls, and that means a number of things philosophically. But it's not going to help this conversation. I think it'll really confuse us. So, where were we? We were talking about. Yeah. So you said atheists just have their disbelief in common. But there's a lot of positive things that you guys have in common as well. For example, you believe that that the physical universe is all that exists. And everything comes from everything is based. Base reality is like a physical sort of thing.
We don't have a book that says that we don't.
You don't need a book, man. Like that. You guys agree on a lot of stuff. Classical atheists never ran away from these things, and haven't run away from these things. For some reason, in the last 20 years, which I would blame the internet for, atheists hear these stuff from each other and they run away from this stuff. You don't need to. But they're trying to be so disorganized and disunited so they don't look like religious people.
or not?
It makes no sense. Okay, you don't believe in God or gods or anything supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
Fine, but therefore you believe certain positive things about reality.
Yeah, but you could say the same thing about you and I.
Absolutely, I don't disagree with you.
Me and a Muslim, you and a Muslim.
Yeah. I agree with you. I have many commonalities with Muslims and Jews, but I don't have as many commonalities with, say, a Hindu. I don't have many commonalities with a pantheist, with a panentheist. And this is what I mean. One of the things I was going to get to in regards to the conversation of like the creator and the originator of the universe is I think that you can logically deduce that this would have to be a monotheistic entity. It couldn't be many.
Oh, I don't know why that would be the conclusion.
That'll probably take me another hour and a half to explain. But one of them, the very simple thing is that if you have two things that are eternally powerful, you can't distinguish between them. That's why I actually gave you the example of these two things, whether they're similar or different. If you have two things that have all the same qualities, you cannot distinguish them. And once you actually say this is one and this is two, then now you've distinguished it, and it is they are no longer both eternally all the same. So you can't even go beyond that. It logically, I would say, necessitates that it's a one sort of thing.
Wait, how does that relate to God?
What I'm saying is what it would do, it would negate all the religions that believe in pantheism or panentheism. What it does is actually reduces the options that the individual has to predominantly monotheistic religions.
Okay.
Which you don't have many of in the world.
Where's the connection between that and your specific religion?
So Christianity is a monotheistic religion, and Judaism is a monotheistic religion, and Hindu and Islam is a monotheistic religion.
Right.
At
so
that
where do we
point,
get these attributes from God?
Well, I think that would be the attributes of God are philosophical reflections on the study of the text. That's where you get it from.
But we didn't need the text to get to the conclusion of a creator, right?
Yeah. This is what's generally called the philosopher's God, the God of the philosophers. You can have certain conclusions in regards to, you might have certain conclusions in the way, say, someone like a Plato or an Aristotle would have thought about this stuff. They might have said something like, well, the originator of the universe, if it were to exist, would have all the qualities that you and I have, but in the most pure and best sense of the word. So if there's an understanding of beauty that we have, this deity would understand it in the most beautiful sense. If there's an understanding of goodness that we have, it would be the most good. If there's an understanding of power we have, it would be the most powerful. This is when it gets to, say, someone like an Anselm, when he develops his the greatest conceivable being. And so I think you can be a non-Christian, as say Plato was, or Aristotle. And so Plato came up with this famous idea of the unmoved mover, the uncaused cause, right? But I do think that on further reflections, you can
leads to an infinite regression.
In what sense?
Well, who created the creator? I mean, if you just
an
make
uncaused
an arbitrary
cause,
stop somewhere.
An uncaused cause by definition. Correct.
Right, but by saying that you're making
infinite regresses don't answer anything.
I know they don't.
They're non-answers.
But all you're doing there is just arbitrarily making a stop point, an arbitrary stop point. God
is a stop point. It's a logical. I would say it's a logical assumption, and it's founded on the fact that infinite regresses do not answer anything. As a matter of fact, they have no explanatory power.
They don't answer anything, but that's what it leads to, though.
They have zero explanatory.
Because you're just making an arbitrary stop.
No, because I'm saying the cause of this universe would not be the sort of thing that would have needed causes for its own existence.
I know you're just arbitrarily making the stop point of a
Correct. And if
God.
somebody's going to, so if somebody, it's not arbitrary per se, I think I would say it's a logical deduction. But if somebody's going to disagree with that, I would say, okay, so give me an alternative in its place. The alternatives aren't many. Either you get an infinite regress, which has zero explanatory power, or you get an atheistic universe, which we've proven doesn't have an explanatory power.
Wait, what's the atheistic view
So
on the universe?
the atheistic view would be that the universe didn't have external cause for its existence.
Okay. In the classical view, I mean, I don't believe that. I just, my claim is I don't know.
Then you're not an atheist. I keep having this conversation with people, but that's fine. That's fine if you don't know. What I'm saying is, at this point, because you said, I don't want to fall back into that. Yeah. I don't want to fall back into that. We spoke about kind of these arguments and deductions, and the universe's existence necessitates a certain kind of being. So if the person were to be in agreement with me, they don't have a bunch of options to pick from. They have two, right? One of them being just the atheistic stuff, but then I would say, but you agreed with me on all these other things, on all these arguments that the universe needs a cause and so on and so forth. And then if the response is, why doesn't that lead to naturally an infinite regress, is because I would say infinite regress has zero explanatory power. And if you're going to disagree with my idea of developing an idea of God being all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving, whatever, all these things, and I can even simplify that quite a bit and not include a number of them, and say, yeah, I'm going to disagree with that. I would say, okay, now you need positive reasons for your disagreement. You can't just say, I don't like something or I disagree with it. That is not enough. If I was sitting in a logic class, right, and my professor developed a logical argument and I got up and I said, I don't like it, he'd tell me, too bad, Arthur, sit down. What you need to do is show me where it's wrong, where the mistake was made.
Okay, so how is it that we logically get from a creator to the God of the Bible? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, so I would say if your options are left, if the options you have are left with three monotheistic religions, it would have to be a monotheistic religion or some kind of an ethical monotheism. Like, it could be that all three of these religions are false, and you could conclude with some kind of a monotheistic.
Yeah, absolutely. You can make your own.
Which at that point, you would it's called ethical monotheism. At that point, you wouldn't be a deist, by the way. You also wouldn't be an atheist. You would be an ethical monotheist. That's very different than those other categories.
Yeah.
I would say at that point, you can look at and research whether the claims of Jesus were actually correct or not. The reason why I would pick on that, the claims that I would say the resurrection of Jesus, partly because it's easier to come to the conclusions after that. Mm-hmm. So, for example, if Jesus did die, let's just say, not even including resurrection here, but if Jesus actually historically died, then Islam is false.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, because they claim Jesus never died.
No, just because Jesus existed.
Muslims do not think Jesus died. They think,
but it doesn't validate your claim. It doesn't validate your claim, though.
It doesn't. What I'm saying is, then it stops being one of the options.
Right.
I was the guy in high school who would sit there and not study very much for his tests, and then look at it and say, I got 4 options here. And I know this third one is really, really bad. So it's out of the consideration. Mm-hmm. What can I do with the other 3? Like, now, essentially, you're looking at it in that kind of...
You definitely have things to compare and contrast. That analogy doesn't work with God.
No, you specifically asked about Christianity now.
Okay.
You said, how do you get from that God to Christianity? Mm-hmm. And I said, you have a conversation and you think about and you research the resurrection. Because the logical deductions are very easy when it comes to the resurrection. If Jesus
But
died,
no, hold on. Just because a book has 10 things true, the 11th thing isn't going to be true.
that's not what I'm saying, Juan.
But you're putting it on the resurrection.
Correct, because if the resurrection
Even
doesn't, if the
even if the
resurrection didn't
resurrection is
happen,
proven to be true and accurate, that doesn't explain a God, or doesn't
of course
get
it
to you
does.
the truth of a God.
Of course it
It
does.
doesn't make everything else default true.
Of course it does.
No, it doesn't. If I tell you
Okay,
10 true things, the 11th one is not automatically true.
that's not what we're saying. Jesus didn't, he wasn't some random guy who never said anything, who just died and resurrected. He was a guy who believed a bunch of stuff to be true and then died and resurrected, which means if Jesus resurrected, all the stuff he had said is true.
No.
Of course it
If I tell
does.
you 10 true things, the 11th thing is not
There's
true.
a big difference in regards to the
That is a
stuff you
fallacy.
say that are disconnected in regards to these true things, and when these things are internally connected. The resurrection is internally connected to the worldview of Jesus and to the God that Jesus spoke about and claimed to be. It's not like Jesus was walking around saying, you know what, blueberry juice is good. And then he died and resurrected, and we all got to believe blueberry juice is good. It's the fact that
If
Jesus...
he had said that, we'd probably believe that, though. Let's be honest. If he had said that.
Not necessarily.
We'd probably believe that.
No, I think that's silly.
I do think it's silly as well, but I also think that people would believe it.
Well, that's a big conjecture. I mean, we're talking about assumptions. That's a huge one.
I mean, if it's in the book, I do believe people would
There's
believe
many
it.
things in the book that Christians
People
realize
believe
that no,
in the
because
Noah.
you know what you're missing here is that when we look at the biblical text, we regularly distinguish between those things that are descriptive in the Bible versus those things that are prescriptive in the Bible. And any good student of the Bible understands the descriptive things versus the prescriptive things. So that would be one of the that would be one of the descriptive things. Like, for example, if Jesus, let's just say Jesus danced. Okay. Like, does that mean every single Christian needs to dance? So, like, Jesus spoke a certain language.
That they needed to dance is the question?
So, no, I'll use another example. Jesus spoke a certain language.
Jesus drank alcohol.
Correct. Why is it the case that not every single Christian walks around saying we should drink alcohol? So by this example,
you didn't say you needed to drink alcohol.
Correct, because there's a difference between prescription and description. And that's what I'm saying in regards to a counter to your argument. You just made my point for me. What you were saying is if Jesus did X, let's just say Jesus wore like Jordans or something. It's like every Christian would be walking around wearing Jordans. What I'm saying is no, because we'd still have the ability to tell you what was descriptive and prescriptive. Jesus,
right, but you
Jesus
mentioned the
wore
grape
robes.
juice, and you specifically said that the grape juice would be good, and Jesus would say that.
No, I said that. No. I was talking about how Jesus didn't walk around making these disconnected statements, and then therefore by resurrecting validates all the statements he made. What I'm talking about is Jesus made statements specifically about God, specifically about what God wants from us, specifically about what God desires of us, and what we need to do. Those are the things that are validated by the resurrection.
No, I don't.
What's not validated is every single Christian needs to go be up.
What I'm saying is, validate the resurrection. The only thing you validate is the resurrection. That's it.
That's wrong. It's because he spoke about the resurrection. What I think you're doing is running away from the logical conclusion of what the resurection brings forth.
No. Because if I tell you 10 true things about space, and the 11th thing about space,
not is a lie, unless
you are not inclined to just automatically believe it.
I don't know why it's so hard for you to see how these things are internally connected to each other.
I'm aware.
If I walk around saying I am God,
they don't validate one another.
If I walk around saying I am God, hang on. If I walk around saying I am God, and you say you can't say that, Arthur, stop saying that, and I say, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to prove to you I'm God by dying and rising from the dead. that is an evidence for the claim I just made.
It's a start, absolutely.
No, the resurrection would validate that. It's not at the start. It would absolutely validate that. Of course it would.
It would not. It would not validate every single one of your claims.
Every single one of the claims that are directly connected to that.
For example, would that prove the virgin birth? If we were to find that Jesus actually resurrected, would that prove the virgin birth?
No, not necessarily. I wouldn't say that would prove the virgin birth.
Okay. So what would it prove? What else would be true?
Jesus' claims about God's existence. Jesus is teaching that. Bro, come on, man. Like, yeah, at this point, I think you're just like intentionally being.
No, absolutely not.
No, you are. Because
I just don't see how. If Jesus makes 10 claims and one of them is true, the rest of them aren't automatically true.
I'm gonna keep repeating the same exact thing that I've already said 1,000 times. They're not random statements he's making. They're interconnected statements about one thing. You're saying, how would it conclude that God exists when the guy is saying God exists? He's preaching salvation from this God, and it's going to happen through his death and resurrection.
But the only thing he demonstrated was the resurrection. You still need to demonstrate the rest. You can't just believe.
Oh, one second. One second. Just one
You're
second.
not going to believe the Big Bang. Okay, go ahead.
There's somebody on Twitch saying, hey, can you hear me? And all this stuff. I can read what you're saying. You're on Twitch. We're predominantly, the audience is on YouTube. So I want to have a conversation with my guest right now. So if you have any further questions, you want to get in contact with me and talk to me, please, you can email me at info@apologiacenter.com. I'm writing it in the description. And so just reach out to me, okay? Because we want to have this conversation. Okay. So what is it that you're not understanding in regards to these things are interconnected with one another?
How does the resurrection prove God's existence?
Because the guy who is resurrecting from the dead is telling you, I'm going to resurrect from the dead. I believe in God. This God is the one doing this. I am from this God. And then he dies and resurrects from the dead.
That only proves the resurrection.
How does it not prove the stuff he's been saying?
Because you're literally only proving the one aspect of it, the resurrection. Nothing else is being addressed.
So if I say God is going to raise me from the dead, and then I die and come back to life, that is proof that God resurrected me from the dead.
That is proof of a resurrection.
By deduction, that means God exists.
No, not by deduction.
Dude, I don't know how I can communicate this to you. That is not an assumption. That is not an assumption. That is the logical conclusion on the matter.
No. We're talking about a very specific God.
Correct. The God of the Old Testament that Jesus claimed to be.
And we already know that you can't get from the fine-tuning argument to the Christian God easily.
Oh, okay.
There's a leap there that must be made.
No, or you get two things.
Because you said that it comes down to a monotheist God, but then you're just deciding this is the one and saying, okay, I'm going to prove this one right.
No, what I'm saying is, no. Okay, you're misunderstanding it here. What I'm saying is, when you look at the resurrection, all three of those monotheistic religions cannot be true because they all have different opinions on that person who died and rose from the dead.
Right, so how do we know yours is true?
Okay, it could be false. Okay, it could be false. But what I'm saying is, you got to study it and look at the evidences for it. And there's logical deductions to it if it comes out to be the case. What you're denying is which is just ridiculously interesting to me, is you're saying, no, those things cannot be logical deductions.
They cannot. The only thing you're demonstrating is one aspect of it. One, the resurrection. That is it. You're not demonstrating any other truth to any of the other claims. It's just that one singular claim.
I frankly don't know how else I could communicate this to you, because I think you're just saying no because you don't like it.
Okay, if the resurrection is true, logically, how do you get to God existing without just taking the other claims at face value?
Do resurrections happen purely naturalistically?
Not that we know of.
Okay. So by default, it would have to be a supernatural act.
No.
Well, give me an option.
Well, there are no options because we have no examples.
Of course there are options. There's the supernatural option. What you're doing is you're saying, it can't be
Not
this,
to me.
but I'm not going to use this as an example. Okay, give me an example.
You know, if I see something weird, I'm not going to think it was a supernatural
This
cause.
is not a weird thing. Give me an option. It's either, you don't have like
a singular
15.
event is not a weird thing. It absolutely is a very weird thing. A singular event.
It's either, notice I'm not using words like weird. Like those are very...
it's an anomaly.
Subjective.
Anomalous.
Right.
Singular event.
It either has a naturalistic explanation to it or it doesn't.
Right, and the only thing that we know of is, for sure, is naturalistic explanation.
No, that's the only option that you want to give to it. As a matter of fact, I think there are at least two things I can point to that do not have naturalistic explanations.
Okay.
The resurrection of Jesus in the beginning of the universe.
Oh my God.
I'm very happy that you cried out to God in your moment of distress.
The resurrection is in question, though.
No, that's why I said I can recommend two things.
Okay.
Because you said it's one sort of a thing, and it's like I'm just saying there's two things that would have had non-naturalistic explanations to them.
I don't see how you would claim that about the universe definitively.
Because the universe is the sum total of all things that exist.
Right.
Or sum total of all physical things that exist.
Yeah, so but if in your worldview God can exist eternally, why can't the universe?
Because the universe is a contingent thing that is subject to the laws of physics, that is subject to time, and God is not.
But how do we know God
That's why I gave the example. That's why I passed over. I actually said that because I don't want to get into explaining what traversing actual infinites looks like. The universe cannot, it's an impossibility philosophically for the universe to have existed for eternity. It would have stopped existing an infinite amount of time ago. It is not an infinite thing. The universe, by every single scientific conclusion, the universe will not be here forever. There is going to come a death of the universe. It is scientific, what's the word? Oh, it's escaping my mind. Consensus that the universe will at one point die because it doesn't have an infinite amount of energy in it. It will run out of energy. Which philosophically speaking means it is finite. Even scientifically speaking, it's finite.
Yeah, but
there's there's laws of physics. Brother, okay.
We know that
do you think the second law
was at one point?
Do you think the second law of thermodynamics is an actual thing that matter is always decaying?
Yes.
If matter has always been decaying for eternity, how long does it take for it to completely decay?
It might never decay. I mean, are we expecting it to disappear? It doesn't disappear.
No, it would have
It
run out of
transfers energy
energy
to
and
other
it would have
areas.
died, like you and I.
Right. But
Everything decays
there's
and
still matter
dies.
there. There will still be substance there.
The conjecture, not the conjecture, the consensus is the universe. Okay. The universe would have ran out of energy.
We don't even know what happened before the Big Bang. We dare not speculate, is what I mean. Because there's no way to know.
Of course there's a way to know.
Currently, we have no means of.
No, currently people are scared to say that. Okay?
What do you mean?
They're literally scared because they do not want to conclude things that go contrary to their worldviews. This is why the Big Bang is generally not the talking point when it comes to somebody's interpretation of like what's the word? Oh man, I'm messing up here. Let me see.
I understand because it has a theistic flavor to it.
Correct. Yeah, I'll just leave it there. I think you understood what I'm trying to say.
The existence kind of just popping in out of nowhere.
Yeah, and so what are people going to say? They can't say God made it. That's taboo. So the response is going to be, "Oh, I don't know."
Well, I don't think we can reasonably say God did it.
Of course, they can reasonably say it. I just gave you a bunch of reasonable answers to the questions you asked.
Yeah, but I mean, are we talking about the Bible, the God of the Bible?
You keep jumping from here to here to here to here. I mean, that's why I said if you're going to conclude, that's why I said
I have an idea of what God is to me as an ultimate being, but that's not the God of the Bible.
How do you know? It's not like you can have many different points of understanding about this philosopher's God that you go, yeah, that's not the God of the Bible. You would actually have to look at the revelation of these things.
No, God as I understand it.
Correct. And as you understand it, could be very wrong.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I'm in the same boat as everybody else.
You're not. You're not unless I'm right about God actually revealing himself. Then I have a lot more knowledge about God than you do.
Right, but you're right now currently in the same boat as I.
I'm not. I'm a Christian. How am I in the same boat as you?
Well, because you can't demonstrate this God to me. You can demonstrate the possibility of a creator.
I haven't done that. Is what I'm saying is, this is why you just. It's very funny to me. It's very funny to me that you just flatly reject that the resurrection, by default, concludes a number of things. No, you're completely separating. What you're doing is, what you're doing is completely separating the person of Jesus from everything he said about himself, about God, about his purpose.
Yeah, because we need to have an honest investigation about this.
That is an honest investigation.
I'm not just going to assume the things he says are correct. Based on one thing.
Okay, that isn't. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
you don't do that anywhere. You don't do that with criminals. All right, you don't do that with anything. You see an advertisement on TV, and they're going to tell you it's a great deal. You're just going to believe that. Everything else is kosher.
I don't even know how many logical fallacies you just committed by that example. Like,
if you see an advertisement,
it's ridiculous. You cannot use that as an example. You cannot use that as an example because it's a fallacy of equivocation, because it's a hasty generalization. You cannot. It's fallacious thinking. When you get a guy that comes on the scene and claims a number of things about himself and claims he's going to die and resurrect and actually does it, it logically follows that the stuff he was talking about, he was right about. It doesn't
logically follow. You must demonstrate all those claims.
All of them must be demonstrated. This is nonsense. I don't know where you picked this up from, but at this point, you're just like willfully ignorant. You're just
Not at all. Just because
choosing.
I say 10
No,
true things, the
no,
11th
because I
thing
don't.
doesn't make it true.
No. You
That's what you're
cannot put
telling me. That
yourself.
because Jesus made all these claims,
Oh
and
gosh.
one of them is true, that means that all of them are true.
Okay,
That's
if
not
Jesus
true.
said some random claim, I would agree with you. But they are not random claims.
The Son of God.
They are
the Son of
not.
God.
No, I mean like random claim. If Jesus said, my favorite food is chicken, and then he died and resurrected, what that would mean is
for me to disbelieve that he liked chicken. People like chicken.
Correct.
Where is this God? That's the outlier. The outlier is
you're just
God.
doing backflips. You're just doing backflips. I'm not. Again, we've been talking for 3 hours and 41 minutes. I mean, let's just say 3 hours.
Oh, jeez.
And I come to a conclusion that you don't like, and you don't want to say yes to, and you immediately fall back on, well, where is God? Then I want to say,
no.
And in all reality,
I'm telling you, if I make 10 true statements,
no, hang on, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Okay, you might need to go and think about what I'm saying a little more, because you keep repeating that same statement, and I've said and answered that multiple times. But every time you feel cornered and every time you feel uncomfortable, your immediate response is, but you haven't demonstrated this God. Or how do you connect the existence of this God to the Bible? And that's what I'm saying is it's pretty much like it's disingenuous to a certain extent. And I think
that's the most important part, though.
No, because
it's demonstrating
because again,
God.
We went through a number. Of course, philosophically demonstrating. Philosophy is a part of our thinking. You can't just say, I don't like these things, so you can't use it.
It's not that I don't like it.
It is. You don't like it because it corners you, it traps you, and then you don't have an answer. So therefore, you don't like it.
No, the answer is it must be demonstrated in order to be believed. It cannot just be inferred.
No, it could be deduced. That's why deduction is important.
Your God, we deduced a potential
Correct.
creator.
And then as I talk about the resurrection and I'm telling you these things would follow, you just say, no, they wouldn't, because that's very convenient.
But they wouldn't follow.
They would follow.
There's no way.
Okay, that's what I'm going to say.
Just because Jesus said, if Jesus made 20 claims, right?
Okay, let's practically speak about these things. Jesus said God exists. Hang on. Jesus said God exists, and God's going to raise me from the dead.
Okay.
He died and was raised from the dead.
That doesn't make it true.
Oh my gosh.
All we know is that he resurrected.
Bro,
that's all we know.
Okay, let me just ask the chat, even people who agree with you.
Okay. Please.
Either I'm just really, really daft and stupid and I'm not understanding what you're saying, or you are just intentionally ignoring what I'm saying. Okay? So, folks in the chat, can you help me out here? Like, what is it that he's saying that I'm not understanding here? Okay? And specifically, I want to hear from the atheists in the chat, because the Christians are just generally going to probably agree with me. I don't know how you are just separating the claims Jesus made about his life, about his purpose, about the God that we have this entire background info of in regards to the Old Testament, that Jesus is claiming he is this God. And then all of those things come as a package, and you go, oh, no. Those things individually would need to be proven. His resurrection is just standing on its own. When in his mind, in the mind of Jesus, these things are all interconnected.
Oh, absolutely, they're connected in his mind.
Okay, and the resurrection for Jesus is the evidence and proof that I'm from God. You will see. Destroy this body and I will destroy this temple and I will raise it up in 3 days. Jesus specifically speaks on this subject.
But that would only validate the resurrection claim.
No, because he's using it as a testimonial evidence for who he is and what he is. It's as if I came to you and I said, "Hey, bro, I play for the Los Angeles Lakers," and you're like, "I don't believe you play for the Lakers." And I said, "Okay, what can I do to prove to this guy that I play for the Lakers?" Okay.
Does that make you also an animator? If you told me you were also an animator,
but again, here's where you're missing. Here's where you're not listening and you're missing. These things are disconnected. What it would be is if I played for the Lakers. Hang on. If I played for the Lakers,
told me that you scored 50 points in one game, right?
Hang on. Here's what it would mean. No, it would be that I'm also a basketball player. That's the connection. If I said I played for the Lakers, it would mean that I'm also a basketball player.
Yeah, but
it would mean I'm coached by the coach of the Lakers.
Okay.
It would mean I play at the Staples Center.
And
those are the things it would mean.
You arrived in a hoverboard into the center court, right?
No. Let's just say you go. How do you prove that?
We're having extraordinary claims. Those are mundane claims.
No, man. You're really misunderstanding this stuff.
A basketball player would be necessary. A coach would be necessary in that situation.
Correct, and the existence of God would be necessary to the resurrection.
No, but we have examples of coaches all over the place. Where's the example of God?
Oh my gosh, you're really not understanding this. Look, if you said, "Prove to me that you play for the Lakers," and I said, "Cool, why don't you come to the game tomorrow?" You came to the game.
We wouldn't even need to go that far.
Huh?
We wouldn't even need to go that far. You got to be on a roster somewhere.
Correct. Let's just say you're a very skeptical guy and you're like, you can Photoshop that stuff. Right? I can internet magic. Let's just say you can internet magic that stuff. You say internet magic. But the point I'm making is, if you saw me playing for the Lakers, there's a bunch of things that now just by default become naturally the case.
Yes, naturally.
That is exactly what the resurrection does.
God is claimed to be supernatural.
Oh my gosh. Correct.
You're talking about
resurrections are supernatural things. If they're not, please tell me how they could be natural.
If it happens, then it is not supernatural.
Tell me how they can be natural.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know how a resurrection could be natural.
That is convenient, right? For you is that
but you say God makes it happen.
Hang on. A guy that's walking around talking about God, a guy that believes himself to be God, a guy that believes in the God of the Old Testament, a guy that has a certain purpose and calling according to himself, and one of those is to die and resurrect from the dead, dies and resurrects from the dead, and I say the logical conclusion to these things is to believe all those things that guy said, and you're like, no, there might be some random. There might be logical conclusion. What you're saying is the logical conclusion might be some other natural explanation to it. So what you're saying is we completely disbelieve everything the guy said.
Yes.
And look at him coming back from the dead and go, even though I don't have an answer for this, it can't be everything he said.
Yes, that's what you do.
That is irrational. That is by definition. But that is by definition.
No, you have to
hang on. That is by definition. Okay. Sorry. That is the definition of irrationality. You are, and this is what I mean, where that you're being intentionally.
You're making a God claim now.
You're
not making a mundane claim.
Okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That talking point, that talking point, that talking point that extraordinary events require extraordinary things, this atheist talking point, I frankly don't care about. I don't even entertain it. It's nonsense. Okay? If you want that, you can spend for eternity talking about how the beginning of the universe is extraordinary, and I want very extraordinary. Somebody comes to me and says Big Bang, I go, no, that's not extraordinary enough. That's too simplistic. Find me an extraordinary.
Is it?
It's nonsense. Yeah, of course it is. It's the beginning of reality. It's the existence of all of reality. So it's very extraordinary. It's a once in an existence event. It's very extraordinary. Try to replicate it. You can't.
It's very theistic in nature.
No,
you can't.
Exactly.
It's very theistic in nature.
Exactly. Okay. So again, at this point, I don't want to accuse you of things, okay? Because that's not what I'm like. So forgive me if I'm saying I think you're being willfully this. If you're not, then you're not. But that's how I feel, okay? I don't think you're lying, and I don't think you're just like trolling or anything like that. But the fact that you're not agreeing with
3 hours.
No, I know. It's hey guys, it's been a really fun conversation, by the way. I mean, we've had 20 something people in the whole chat the entire time. So I'm assuming, and people have been interacting with each other, which is really good. It's good. What kicks are you wearing right now? Somebody said. I'm wearing these Adidas shoes. I don't know what they're called, but they're very light. I like them. They're just so they're connected. Juan, these claims are connected, and to separate Jesus from the stuff he claimed about himself. I'm not talking about stuff Jesus claimed about other people or other things, and the flavor of whatever. Right? I would agree with you.
But all those would be in question as well.
No, if they're subjective claims, then they're subjective claims. These are... Okay, Keanu's saying, if you look at it through our perspective, everything you're claiming is through faith. We don't know Jesus said anything. It all claims... No, Keanu, that is just not true. Even the most skeptical of scholars, so take the Jesus Seminar folks and stuff, don't say everything Jesus said is taken on faith and stuff, right? Even the most skeptical of them will sit there and say, these are statements that we think Jesus legitimately said. So again, that statement by itself, when it comes to the scholarship, it just doesn't make any sense. Okay. Dude, well, it's 6 o'clock. Okay, like yeah, he said I'm gonna have to cut this short. You said I was gonna have to cut this short. Yeah, I was gonna say it's 6 o'clock, and we should. Yeah.
I'm starting to get hungry.
I am very hungry, and I have to eat now, or else because then I'm not gonna eat at night. So I gotta eat now. So it continues. Yeah. But hey, it took 2-3 weeks for you to call in, but you've actually called in, and it was a very fun conversation. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it was very fun. Enjoyed it very much.
You're a decent fellow there.
I'll call in next week for 15 minutes. Keep it short.
We'll see. I'm probably Jerome's probably very jealous. He's gonna watch this and be like, "Oh man, that guy got 3 hours."
Call in, Jerome. What are you doing? Call in.
He's probably. I don't know what time it is in England. He's not in the chat. I don't know where he's at.
Oh, okay.
Well, hey, look, I appreciate it.
I have some friends over there in England.
Yeah, I appreciate you calling in, man. We'll continue having these discussions.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yep, take it easy. Have a good day.
You too, man. Okay, there that goes. Hey, I enjoyed that. Guys, did I smack my pen at one point or another? It was the chapstick. That's the way I have conversation with friends, sitting across the table. So don't take those things as, oh, look, he's losing his cool and stuff like that. I'm not. I'm like pleading, like, just help me understand what I'm not seeing here, and I want you to understand what I'm saying here and what I'm seeing here. And I hope to continue those conversations with him and the rest of you guys. Hopefully you guys are interacting with each other in a very good way. Keanu said, let's just take Bart Ehrman. Which speech or verse does he say Jesus actually said? I don't know. I can't just quote that off the top of my mind, man. If anybody in the chat knows, let me know. According to Bart, I don't know. I can't really answer that. I mean, I'd have to look at it. I'm not a Bart Ehrman scholar, but For background, this reader was responding comments I made when evaluating the work of Reza Aslan, where I laid out the evidence. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he would be okay with the conclusions of the Jesus Seminar. He might actually give more than what the conclusions of the Jesus Seminar are. Keanu said, "Thank you, Radioactive Trees. This was a very different version of you than when you spammed the chat." It was a very good call. It was a great call. And this is partly why I enjoy chat, but whenever the chat kind of gets onto more important and serious topics, I don't like doing that because we tend to read certain things into, at least I do. I tend to read certain personalities on people. This is partly why I hate texting. But anybody who's close to me knows I hate texting. I very rarely text my friends, long conversations, even my wife. They're very short conversations. They're to the point. If you want to talk, we hang out and talk. If you really need to, we'll have phone conversations, but that's about it. Your beard got more gray during the conversation. So Emil, he was asking which one of Ehrman, like which one of, or how much of Jesus' statements does Ehrman actually think is authentically Jesus? All glory to Jesus Christ. I've been getting into apologetics very recently. Well, you're at the right place. This is a good channel and community for you to be a part of. No, I don't think the Jesus Seminar concludes that only one statement is from Jesus. If we can't verify Socrates existed, how can we know that Jesus existed? Do you know anybody that doesn't think Socrates ever existed? This was good and long. Okay, guys, I got to go. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Again, I will remind you that if you are interested in supporting this channel and the work we do, go to patreon.com/Apologia Center. In the description box, there's all these different ways that you can give to the work that we're doing and the ministry that we're doing. We would really appreciate your support. You can support for as little as $5 a month and get a bunch of perks in there, including a weekly Bible study. And currently we are going through the book of Ecclesiastes. There's monthly meetings that I offer, personal coaching, book clubs. There is, if you support at a certain amount, then you get the e-courses for free. So all of that's there. Go check it out at the very least, and hopefully that you will become a partner with us on Patreon and support the work that we're doing. It does take quite a bit of effort and energy to do this, so I'd really appreciate that if you guys partner with us, because we want to grow this channel. It is a growing channel, guys. And hopefully we'll hit 5,000 subscribers soon. Let's hit 4,500 first, and then we'll hit 5,000. And maybe quickly after that, we'll be past the 10K mark and getting more people in these chats. I won't name this chat, but I will say this, guys. I was watching a YouTube channel today earlier. I kind of glanced at it. And this is a very, very popular channel. It's got lots of subscribers. And there was about, I think, 32 or 33 people in the chat live. Very big channel. And then I look at our channel and I'm like, dude, like we're at a point, we don't have as many subscribers, but we have a committed, solid community. Almost always now we have more than 20 people. We have 25 people in here. Sometimes we have more than 30. You guys are constantly in here, consistently in here, giving, taking, interacting, watching even replays. And I don't know how much I can express how grateful I am for that, whether you're a Christian or not, by the way, because there was a time when I was streaming live and there was 2 people watching live. And maybe after we were done, it would get up to like 40 views or something like that. And people are actually sitting down and watching the long form stuff and watching the interaction we just had. I mean, we're past 4 hours. And that's really, really cool. I appreciate it. Some of this stuff does take quite a bit of reading and study and all that stuff. It's not just the stuff I've studied, but I continue to study these things. And that's partly why the support obviously helps. because it is a job. And if you are a part of a Christian community that's interested in connecting with me and you guys want to have trainings at your church or something like that, please get in touch with me. You can email me at info@apologiacenter.com. And we can go through the process of what that's going to look like in order for me to come and interact with you guys. If you're close enough, I wouldn't mind driving there. If you're not, I wouldn't mind flying there. So we want to grow this ministry, and this ministry is meant to be grown in multiple ways, and especially here in the United States, but also globally, and specifically in Armenia is where the work we're doing. I would actually like in the near future to start physical centers, physical gathering points called Apologia Centers. That was always the goal. That are very much like book clubs and gathering places for folks to get around, believers and unbelievers, and interact with each other the way we are interacting like this. So if you're interested in that, if you're interested in starting something like that within your community, coffee shops, churches, anything of that sort, please reach out to me and say, hey, Art, I'm interested in starting like that. How can we go about it? Because I would like to develop a team that has the ability to do that. And again, with those things come resources, it comes people, it comes volunteers, all of that. That is the direction that this, not only this YouTube channel, but this ministry is headed in. And I always put that out there and let you know, hey, this is what we want to do. And hopefully we will do it by the grace of God. We will make those things come to be. So, I just noticed you're dressed like a referee. By the way, Keanu, that was not Sean McDowell that I was thinking about. Again, the fact that we can be a small channel like this and have, like, percentage-wise, I don't know what it looks like. Because again, there's channels that I see that have 250, 300,000 subscribers, and during a live session, they have 200-300 people. Percentage-wise, I look at that and I go, okay, cool. Like, again, I'm not a math whiz, but we're doing pretty decent. So with all that said, especially if you're interested in starting an Apologia Center wherever you are, please reach out to me. info@apologiacenter.com, or just direct message me on Instagram or something like that, and we will get that going. Take care. God bless you guys, and I will see you. Oh, sorry. Ooh, you guys, I got an announcement. See, I got so passionate and I forgot my announcement. I'm not sure what next week is going to look like. Okay? I'm not sure. Are you calling him an ape? No, he's calling me Ape. Ape. The E has an accent mark. It means brother. You guys, I'm traveling on Sunday. I'm actually driving to Arizona on Sunday. I'm going to be at a retreat. And I think I'm going to get back by Thursday. I will keep you guys updated. I might stream from my phone. I might just go on live from my phone. But next week is going to be kind of up in the air. So look out for those announcements. I'll make posts and stuff like that. So next week's going to be weird because I will not be here. I'll be on the road. And if I can stream live, I'll stream live from my phone. I'll do my best to do that, at least give you guys 30 minutes to an hour. Okay? Do I stream every day? Yes, I do. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So every day within the week, not Saturdays, Sundays. Mondays and Fridays at 2 p.m., Tuesdays at 2 p.m., Wednesday nights at 9 p.m. These are all Pacific Standard Time. And then Thursdays. So every day at 2 p.m. except Wednesdays. But we talk about different things. So, almost forgot that announcement. I'd even written it down. So, thank you guys. And I will see you guys sometime next week. Bye.